Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already hit that notification bell, hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Fam, what's poppin'? What's poppin'? Back at it. We here tonight. We are here. Yeah, man. They still got the protest going in LA. Now they saying they got a curfew going on. I don't know how well that's going to go, but we're going to take a look at that together. We're going to see what's going on out there together. And Kels, we're going to talk about Kels too. Kels saying they trying to off him. Kels saying they trying to off him because he about to come back on an appeal. They know they was wrong. They want to get him up out of here. I want to know what y'all think about that. And y'all know the diddler's still going through it, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you in the building, hit that like button, and I appreciate that. Facts. Let's see here what they talking about for Kels, man. They trying to get Kels up out of here ASAP. Kels said they know they was wrong. Kels said they know they was wrong. Let's see here what they say though. Hold up. Hit that subscribe button for me too. Hit that like button. Share this video. I appreciate y'all. Kels said they was wrong.
Attorneys for singer R. Kelly are asking for his immediate release from prison, claiming that federal officials plotted to have him killed. He is serving a 30-year sentence for racketeering and sex trafficking. In an emergency filing today, his attorneys outlined what they called a cover-up.
These are people who seek to kill Mr. Kelly rather than allow the corrupt criminal conduct of those who manufactured his convictions be exposed.
Their motion alleges that the feds solicited a convicted sex trafficker who was Kelly's cellmate here in Chicago to steal correspondence between Kelly and his attorneys. They further claim the Bureau of Prisons transferred a leader of the white supremacist group to Kelly's prison in North Carolina with instructions to kill Kelly. That leader has a long history of filing lawsuits against the government and the Bureau of Prisons. We have reached out to prison officials and the U.S. Attorney's Office. So far, no response.
Okay. Now, they saying Kels is trying to get a pardon. Do y'all think this is a stunt to get the pardon? Or what? They saying Kels trying to get the pardon from
and lawyers for
Trump.
R. Kelly want him released, saying his life is in danger behind bars. They filed an emergency motion this afternoon, claiming officials with the Bureau of Prisons are trying to have him killed. Kelly's lawyer named 2 people who claim they were solicited by the Board of Prisons to kill him.
These are people who seek to kill Mr. Kelly rather than allow the corrupt criminal conduct of those who manufactured his convictions be exposed.
Bureau of Prisons. R. Kelly is currently serving a 30-year sentence for child sex crimes. His lawyer says they're seeking a presidential pardon. We did ask the Bureau of Prisons about the allegations. They said they do not comment on pending litigation. And lawyers for R.
Hey, man. We know things get shaky up inside them prisons. And you know, when they want to get you up out of the way, they get you up out of the way. Now, they said they got names.
Lawyers for singer R. Kelly have filed a motion asking for his immediate release from prison. They say there is a clear and imminent threat to his life. Lawyers claim there's an effort to kill Kelly to cover up government misconduct. He was convicted in 2021 on multiple charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. R. Kelly currently being held in a federal prison in North Carolina. His lawyers want R. Kelly released on home detention on a temporary furlough. We've reached out to the Bureau of Prisons and the U.S. Attorney's Office for comment.
His lawyers said he hollering out to Trump. He said Trump the only one that seems like he want to do something about this. This might be a time, right, that Kelly might get lucky. At this current time, the way Trump is handing out these pardons, he might get lucky, man. You know, sometimes things fall in place for certain situations. At this time right here, I don't know, man. What y'all think? This could be a time that it fall in place for him, man. You know, I know a lot of people seen the tapes back in the day with Kelly peeing on the young girl, allegedly. He said it wasn't him. He beat the case because I guess they said a mark on his body didn't match him or something like that. So he beat the case. But one thing I can say, right? If they don't got you, they gonna play unfair to get you. It's their game. If they don't got you, they are going to play unfair to get you. If you guilty of something and you might get away and spank something on them, and they really, really want you, they gonna put something together to fry you. It's their system though now. And Trump might get him, he might not. It's a possibility. But Kel's got his lawyers on it. He got his lawyers on it, and he trying to get it done. And they saying they gonna reach out to him, man. Y'all think this was a stunt of them trying to, Kel's getting some people to come together like, yo, man, I'ma pay y'all. Y'all got life already. I'ma take care of y'all if y'all say this. Or y'all think these people just came forward to say this? Because I'm wondering, why would they just come forward and say it if they were approached to do something like this? You know? And what would make the government so comfortable with approaching these specific people? Huh? So, I don't know about it, man. You know, I say, if you in a situation, you gotta try anything to get out. You know, real shit. If you in a situation, you gonna have to fight however you can fight to get out. Because they gonna fight whatever they want to get you in there. They gonna do whatever. They don't care now. Because when they trying to win a case, that's why I say them prosecutors, they real iffy when it come to, like Kamala running for the president, because they gonna go to whatever length to get that conviction. And they don't care. They gonna switch a couple papers. They gonna make a couple marks. They gonna put something in the evidence. They'll make something up. They'll get somebody to testify that they coerced. And all that to get the conviction. So if you trying to get back on the case, you might gotta play the game a certain way. Kels could be playing this game and getting the people to come forward and say, yo, man, they tried to hire us to get at him. And boom, 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 la, la, la. You know what I'm saying? Because shit gets sticky, man. And that's big facts. From me, literally going through the system, right? Knowing that my case should have been dismissed. And I'm watching how they're still trying to push the line to make sure that my case come through and that they get a conviction on me. I'm like, hold on. I can see where my case should be thrown out. But they do this to people, right? And usually of the skin color. You can be guilty of a crime, but you still deserve a fair due process. That's where I'm at with that. You can be guilty, but just because you think that a person is guilty doesn't mean they don't deserve a fair due process. You say, he guilty, but they shouldn't have to go through the due process. That's what's wrong. You gotta have a solid case from the prosecutors and prosecute the case correctly. Not trying to say, I know you guilty and I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make things up. I'm gonna alter things because I feel that you guilty and some of the evidence, but you gotta be proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And a lot of times, they don't got it all sewed up because on some real stuff, police, 90% of the time, they make a mistake. Straight up. It's a process now before it gets to the prosecutors. And 90% of the time, the police, they make a mistake. Straight up. Appreciate the super chat, run the table. 90% of the time, and hit that like button, share this live. Appreciate all y'all. 90% of the time, they make a mistake. And that's a fact. Because the police only know to arrest you. That's all they know. They don't understand a lot of the things. It's chain of custody that they gotta go by, and a lot of times they break the chain of custody. Certain things of the evidence gotta be handled a certain way, and they'll break that and just say, I got the evidence. If they're not documenting the evidence of everyone's hand that is touching the evidence and saying, okay, this person had the evidence, that person had the evidence, but they say, I took the evidence and I submitted the evidence and I put it in the locker. And then you go back and research and you see on surveillance or something that this person had evidence, that person had evidence. That case there, all the evidence is null and void. It's no good because they didn't document who touched the evidence. You might feel somebody's guilty, but everybody deserves a fair due process. And that's what I'm at with the system. I might not like a person. I might not care for them. But they still deserve a fair due process. And most of the time, they violate your shit. And then you got to come back on an appeal. And they look at it like, well, we got 10, 20 years out of you anyway. We got something out of you. Even though they know that your case should have been thrown out. And I've experienced it personally. So, you know, when I look at the system, that's what my mind go into with them people. It's like, hold up, man. All right, the world think the man guilty because y'all done put this information out to the world and y'all didn't let the world go research it. Y'all fed the world what y'all wanted to feed the world. So now everybody's looking at it from what y'all said to us. We ain't taking the time out to go research it. All we doing is going off what they presented to us. So now we already come up with the mind that they guilty. We ain't understanding that they altered the evidence. So you got to think about that for yourself. If you was in that shoe, if the evidence was altered in a case against yourself, wouldn't you want a fair trial? Damn right you would want a fair trial. Wouldn't you want the case to be reversed? Damn right you would want the case to be reversed. But some people got in their mind that because they didn't experience the situation, the man's guilty. Play fair. That's where I'm at with the game, man. Straight up. Play fair. It's a process now. The law is a process. But they be so gung-ho about the shit that they just want to push the line on you because it's their system. It's their game. And they make mistakes all the time because they human. These motherfuckers ain't robots. They human. So they make mistakes all the time. But they don't like to be wrong. So you know, this is why you got to do your own research. Straight up. All that, I'm going to let my lawyer fight it. Man, hold up. All right, I'm going to let him fight it, but I'm going to be fighting this shit too. And if you ain't going to listen to what I'm saying, I'm firing you. Straight up. I ain't going to let you tell me that I can't speak and I'm going to have to sit back. Because a lot of times, right, when you hire an attorney, they are the nicest people when you go to the consultation. You go into the consultation, they sit down with you. Oh yeah, we got this case. Yeah. You start explaining shit to them. They telling you we got it. This case is sealed. Then when they get to discovery, they like, oh, you ain't got to fight no more. They don't want to talk to you the same. They being disrespectful. And they sitting there acting like you don't know what you're talking about. And they do this all the time. But then turn around, they know you got the case beat, but they don't want to go ahead and fight the case the way you telling them because they working with the prosecutors and they want the conviction. The lawyers, right? Prosecutors and the defense team, because they're both attorneys, they be swapping favors. And this is a fact. They swap favors. They'll say, all right, I'm going to get this person and let them go for you if you give me them. You might turn around and be the guy that they got to give up. You over here thinking your lawyer for you. You over there thinking that I got my case beat. But you the guy they got to give up this round. And they not going to sit down and tell you because they went to school together. They got a personal relationship. It's business. You are the business. They got a personal relationship. They go out, eat, lunch, drink all the time. Straight up. They go out all the time and definitely communicate. You just another number. When you dealing with them, they don't care about how much time you get. In their mind really is, you the criminal. Man, they the criminals, man. So, all I say is we all deserve a fair trial, man. That's all I say, man. I can think somebody's guilty, but then I go into my mind from my experiences, and I look at, are they getting a fair trial? Are they doing things that's not fair? Why they don't want to play fair? Because if they play fair, the law is going to find the person not guilty or get the case dismissed. And they don't like that. If they play fair, the law is going to put the case in the favor of the defendant. So they got to play dirty so that the case can go in their favor. And this is what they do all the time, man. And that's a fact. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button for me. Hit that like button and share this video, man. Let me see. I see you sent me something, RM. Yeah. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Hold on, I see somebody else sent me something too. Yeah. It's deep, man. The game get real dirty though, man. That's the thing. That's my only thing with the system. They get real dirty with it. Play fair. You know, give me my fair due process. Let me see here. Hold up. Let me see. Give my fair due process. Let me see. Hold up. RM sent me some. Somebody else sent me something too. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on, let me see.
Let her go, she's pregnant. Let her go, she's pregnant. That girl is pregnant. Let her go. Let her go, she's pregnant. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go, she's pregnant. Let her go, she's pregnant.
Hey, we got it. Don't worry, we got it. We got it.
They just arrested a pregnant girl. Anakin, Anakin, Anakin. Anakin.
They ain't playing no games. It look like they don't even care at all. Right now, your paperwork better be right. If your paperwork ain't right now, they not playing. If your paperwork is not right now, they are not playing. Let me see. I think Trump was talking slick too. Hold on, let me see what Trump said. He was talking slick. Yeah, Trump was talking straight slick. Hold up.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
What does your intel tell you about these people causing all the problems in LA?
Oh,
are they people ICE is trying to deport, or are they professional agitators?
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you.
Yeah, Trump, he ain't playing no games. At all. At all. He ain't sparing nothing. Let me see, hold on. Yeah, Trump ain't sparing nothing. Okay. Let's see what happened with 600. Let's see what's that at with 600. You know 600 be talking that shit. 600 be talking that. Oh! Come on, 600. Get up. Get up, Craig. Get up, Craig. Get up, Craig. Get up, Craig. Look at 600 though. Oh, man. Oh. Get up, Craig. Get up. Hey, yo, don't tell me he went all the way out the country to get knocked out, man. Don't tell me he took a flight all the way out the country to go night-night, man. All that heavy shit he be talking, man. Well, I tell you, fuck all that working out. You know, you in the beach or wherever you at out there. Man, you better get your coordination right. Cause this right here, this look like he ain't had no coordination. He got out there all flabby, couldn't throw one. I got to play this one back. Damn! Big doofus! Man, this nigga 600 better not talk shit to nobody ever again, man. Straight up. He better not talk slick to nobody ever again, man. Damn. You worry about the wrong shit, man. You can't do content and box. You gotta pick one. Those things don't go together for you, man. You trying to box and do content. Your focus is all over the place, man. Tighten up, man. You want to do a live call-in show? You need to make sure you take some calls about this damn knockout. Straight up. Take some calls about this knockout, man. Because that right there, we seen you swinging in the air. You better keep your strap on you. All that, you better. You better keep that strap on you. Don't go nowhere without it. Because what we seen right here, if this is what you call getting down in the ring, you really got down in the ring. Straight up. Straight up. Man, he tagged 600, man. Man, he tagged 600. He caught 600 and dropped him. 600 got his head down. Soft as drugstore cotton, man. Him and Whack. Them niggas is soft. You can tell how they rap. Them niggas ain't about that, man. And that big shit don't mean nothing. We see right here. All that big shit out of shape. A joker caught him like this. And he just had this fight, right? I think it was yesterday or today or something. Because he went all the way out the country for the fight. All the way out the country. Nigga caught him with a straight right and dropped him. Night, night. Hey, 600. Big softy, man. Oh, man. Come on, 600, man. Man, his career over. That's it. That's it for 600 career. They not going to want him to fight no more. See, I knew why they probably didn't want him to fight no more before. They know this nigga's coordination ain't right. He ain't fought no reputable people at all. Nobody. No reputable people fought 600, man. Straight up. And it caught him with a straight temple shot on the side of his head and dropped him. Let me see this again, man. Look how he's swinging, though. Ain't caught him with a temple shot. Caught him with a straight temple shot. Oh, man. Man, he caught him with a straight temple shot, man. Soft as drugstore cotton, man. Oh, man. This must have been why he was showing that money. This must have been why he was showing that money lately. Because he knew he got knocked out. So he wanted to show, man, I got a bag for this knockout. Hey, man, stop talking heavy, though, man. You got to talk light. You got to talk real light, 600, man. From here on out, talk real light. We don't want to see no more heavy talk and you getting put out like this. You can't talk heavy on the internet for the rest of the year. Fuck that. The rest of the year, you got to be calm and respectful to everybody. We don't want to hear about you being an old 60 member. We don't want to hear about you getting down. We don't want to hear about none of that. We seen how you do. We seen it. Because this right here, it didn't even look like you even knew where to throw your punches at. You ain't even look like you knew how to throw the punch. What the hell he been training for? All this training, and you get all the way out there, and this is what happens. And I bet you, right? Because you know him and Wack, they certified liars, right? I guarantee you, he gonna say I was winning the fight the whole time. He caught me with a cheap shot. I can guarantee you that. He gonna tell everybody, man, I was winning the fight the whole time. Straight up. Man, hey, listen. You know, it's boxing. It's different than street fighting and all this. Man, I was winning. The scorecards had me up. The scorecards had me up. Ain't no way I should have let him caught me like that. Man, you see this right here? Look at how he throwing his blows though. Oh man, come on, 6. Big doofus. Big doofus. Oh, come on, 600, man. 600 like a big doofus right there. No cap. No cap. Like a big doofus. I'm just being real with that one. Lovejoy. Come on, man. Boxing ain't your shit, bro. Go ahead and retire. Straight up. Heavy-footed. Straight heavy-footed. Go ahead, retire, man. Give it up. It's over. Nobody wants to see this shit, man. We know you can't fight. We know you soft. We know this shit. We can look at you. You hang out with whack. Come on, man. You run with whack as a flunky. We know you soft. We know you a liar. But yeah, that's why he's showing the money off, because he know he got knocked out. I was wondering, I'm like, why the fuck, who do that though? That shit corny, nigga. Come on, man. You showing your money for? What are you showing the money for? We already know, man. People that show the paper like that, they ain't got no money, man. It's like, I gotta show everybody I got some money. When you start showing that paper like that, it just lets people know you don't know how to manage your money. Because you showing it. If you knew how to manage it, you would start investing it somewhere, knowing that the money gonna spend. You can't hold on to it, it's gonna spend. You gotta put it somewhere. It's gonna spend. This is what happens with money. That's what they print it for. So when they start showing that money like that, you already know. They don't know what they doing. So I guess that's what he was doing to try to like make himself feel better. When a nigga start talking about this knockout, because he know it's coming. He know it's coming. When people start talking about, hey, yo, you got knocked out. You went all the way out the country to get TKO'd. You went all the way out the country to get TKO'd though. So all you gonna say is, I was winning every round. I'm telling you. Word, I was winning every round. Listen, I ducked one, right? Then I threw one. Then I ducked another one. I came up, threw one, and he caught me. I don't know how that happened, but you know he gonna have a story. Cause I ducked one, I threw one up, I bounced back, I swung one this way, then I came around with it this way. But all the shit we seen, he ain't connect with nothing. Everything we seen, we ain't see one connect. Not one. We ain't see one connect. I ain't see none connect. Nothing. Nothing. Woo! Hit the nigga on the button. Man, he hit him on the button. And then couldn't get up. Then didn't make the count. And didn't make the count. Oh, man. Hey, 600, don't talk slick to nobody else, man. Straight up. The best thing you ever could have did was went and got your firearm, bro. That's the best thing you ever could have did. Because you cannot fight, bro. I'm watching how you swing. You was acting like you was scared to get up in there. You supposed to get up in there. You was swinging that air, man. Dude straight dropped you. Straight up. 600 got padded record fighting. Dudes down in Mexico. Down there you can pay fighters to take a dive. He ain't never fought no real competition. Appreciate that, JR gets bread. And I guess this was some real competition then. Cause god damn. I'm looking at him swing. I can see he ain't got no coordination. I literally can tell 600 ain't got no coordination at all. From what we seen, big doofus now. And y'all know I've been said that. Big doofus got out there all the way out the country and was swinging at the air. The dude probably ain't even got no mark or nothing. Eye ain't swollen, no redness, and he was white. He ain't even got no redness or no marks on him. Caught 600, knocked him straight out. Nigga went night-night, man. Hey, Wack, don't use 600 as your security no more. Straight up. No cap, man. Do not use 600 for security. You said when he said he was going to Germany, I thought he got this. Man, shit, there's some Germans over there that can rumble. There's some people in Germany that can rumble. We witnessed this. Because damn, both of these swings that we seen, they ain't even connect. But 600 gonna get on the live stream and tell everybody, man, I was winning every round. He caught me with a lucky one. I ducked one, I bounced back, I threw one over, right? And then I came with the uppercut, and then I dipped back, and then I bobbed, I weaved, right? I caught him with a bing bing, right? This is gonna be 600, his whole story. You know, him and Wack 100 got crazy stories, right? Now, we watching the whole fight. We see everything, right? We see this, the whole knockout. But 600 tell us, yo, I ducked one, I threw one here, I came with the uppercut, hit him with the two-piece, bang, bang, right? Then I came over top, bang, I drilled him, bow, right? Then I caught him with a body shot, boom, and then somehow the nigga hit me. Then you go watch this shit, you say, yo, 600, I seen you swing, dog. You ain't hit nothing. I swear, you ain't hit nothing. Nah, bro, you gotta check out the tape before that. If you see the thing before that, you would have seen I was dogging him. And you know I dropped him too. You'd be like, nah, I ain't see that, 600. I seen him drop you, and you ain't get up for the 10 count. I almost got up. You know, I got the wind knocked out of me, but you know, I was getting it back together. You know what I'm saying? You know, I like to duck one, then I threw one, but you ain't see when I caught him in the chin, though. You ain't see when I had him on the ropes and I was giving him all the body shots. Shit, man, you gotta go back and see the whole tape. Man, this nigga foo faffing. Oh, man, this nigga can't hold his hands, man. Oh, man. Come on, man. Oh, man. This Wack 100 bodyguard, too. Hey, Wack, this your bodyguard when you go out places, man. You know somebody without the gloves to do to your bodyguard? Wack, somebody without the gloves I had your bodyguard straight snoring, man. Straight up. Without the gloves, 600 would have been out there snoring. Nigga would have had to get pepper for him. Straight up. Wake him up. Straight up. Had to get pepper. I ain't going for it though, man. No. If 600 start lying, right, and act like we ain't see what we seen, I ain't going for it. I'ma just be real. Yeah, I ain't going for that shit. Hell no. Let him act like we ain't see what we seen. I ain't going for that. Hell no. He knocked 600 ass out.
Freeze!
He knocked 600 ass out, man. Yeah, we see that, man. Yeah, we see that, man. Knock 600 ass smooth out. Let me see. Knock 600 ass smooth out. He was up there playing with the money and shit. Yeah, man. Let me see. Hold up. Let's see what they talking about the protest, man. Yeah, he out there playing with the money, man. Nigga ain't got no coordination. None. I ain't going for it. I knew he ain't had no coordination. Big dummy. I sensed it though. Yeah, I knew he ain't had no coordination. Big dummy. Let me see, hold on. Yeah, I knew what it was. Yeah, you can tell though. You can tell 600. He ain't like that though. Yeah. Cause you know he try to make himself be something. All them dudes that be trying to make theyself like they something, they wanna, yo, I'm this and you know my hood and all that shit, but they don't go to their hood and that shit like whack 100. Oh, my hood and my block and my jungle and all that shit. That's how you know they ain't like that. Nigga catch him outside. That's why whack don't want to fight. I'm going to tell y'all that right now. For that specific reason there is why whack is never going to get in the ring with nobody. They could offer whack $1 million for a fight and he not going to get in there. Because he going to get knocked the fuck out too. All that I'm breaking shit. Somebody going to catch whack and put him straight out. He know better than to get in there. He know better. Let me see. Yeah, he know better, man. Let me see. Hold up. They talking about the curfew. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah, they talking about the curfew. Let me see. I was trying to see that one I had on here a little while ago. Hold on. This ain't the one I want. Yeah, Wack ain't gonna get in there, man. We see what his bodyguard got. Bodyguard went straight out.
You know, things are hectic. So now I'm actually quite some distance from where Michael Johnson, the photographer, is. He's still back in the original location where I was giving a live shot before. And then I kind of retreated because once they started shooting those less lethal weaponry, I didn't want to get shot, frankly. So I kind of retreated and he went in a different direction and now we're kind of separated. Unfortunately, but I just wanted to explain what was happening. I could still see from my location that the crowd, unfortunately, many started to seem to head towards the 101, which is not a good situation. And I could see people running at this point. And they're being followed by LAPD very quickly. So it seems
hit
like
that like button if you in the building. Hit that like button. I appreciate y'all. Facts.
Still staying safe, of course. I'm going to try and get over there just so I can get a better vantage point.
We appreciate you explaining what's going on there, Lori. We're glad you're staying safe, as well as our Tom Wade out there. And again, things changing moment by moment. We're about 1 hour into this curfew that's going to be in place till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
They done set the
And
curfew
Susie,
in
we
place
can tell
out
over
there.
The last hour or so that we've been on the air, that the crowds have definitely thinned out. They move around quite a bit, but it looks like there's a lot less people on the streets right now.
That's right. The LAPD definitely showing their presence tonight and making it known that this curfew is in effect. This is not a joke. They actually went over the loudspeakers over their announcements, making announcements actually over their loudspeakers from a chopper not too long ago. And that was actually the first time they did that. About 10, 15 minutes ago is when they did that. They actually gave the crowd quite some time to get out of there and disperse. And it looked like most of the crowd did disperse, but as Tom and Lori were both showing us, people are still there protesting in downtown LA and sometimes throwing things at officers still. So definitely a situation that the LAPD will want to handle tonight because of the fact that they know that this curfew is in effect from 8 o'clock until 6 in the morning. And obviously these protesters know that now, as they have heard from
But they not going to win though. That's the thing about protesting with this situation. They not going to win.
This is an announcement that was made earlier today, and it is certainly in effect now. And in downtown LA tonight, though, we're still seeing and watching these protesters still mill about in downtown LA tonight, even if those announcements did go out.
And Susie, we're watching them. They're northbound Main Street right now after crossing back over the 101 freeway here. This is kind of the group you see here with law enforcement that have just moved in. LAPD has been able to very, very quickly kind of get themselves into the positions they need to be in to make this crowd move. And every time they do, the crowd gets smaller and smaller and smaller, which, as we've talked about over the last several nights, is exactly what law enforcement is hoping for. They are hoping to get these groups down to as small of a number as they can. John, if you could show us that group that I believe is under the spotlight of the LAPD chopper. Yeah, right there. So they're moving here. This is probably the largest, group that we've got left, and they are very splintered at this point too. You can see a lot of distance in between them as we are almost into the full first hour of this curfew that has been set up in the downtown LA area after Mayor Karen Bass around 6-ish tonight declared a local state of emergency and decided that a curfew would be necessary to keep businesses, to keep people and everybody safe in the downtown LA area, as these law enforcement officers have been struggling over the last several nights to keep things peaceful. We've seen cars set on fire multiple nights. We've seen
some shit
tagging, a great degree of tagging.
You
all
don't want to go out there
area.
Trying to
but
fight.
Still, as we've seen those in the last several nights, Mayor Bass is very strong and very fast to point out that this is still a very small fraction of the city of Los Angeles. She referred to it in her press conference as 1 square mile in the Los Angeles area out of many, many, many miles and geographically large location that the city is. This is a pretty small relative area to where we are talking about here as this LAPD helicopter continues to follow these protesters.
They tripping.
As both of our crews down there
they tripping out
don't
there.
See any protesters left because LAPD has moved in so quickly to push these people through. The clock struck 8, and within about a couple of minutes of that, the LAPD cruisers came in and started moving people out. They are arresting some people. John, can we go back and look at where that arrest location right in front of the federal building there?
Yeah, they tripping out there because
they brought in one of those buses, those transport buses that you see right there, that white
if
bus
they out there
in the center of your screen, and they will start doing those arrests.
Acting like they protesting.
People that they have gotten kettled in that area,
but
right
they tearing shit down
in the Los Angeles Mall
because they don't
have been arrested or will be arrested.
illegal immigrants out
now.
there.
LAPD decided that about
y'all not gonna win that
area.
It's not no win.
Into custody now.
It's a no-win situation.
We're going to begin KCAL News at 9.
People gonna be catching the case.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to KCAL News at 9. I'm Pat Harvey.
Because y'all wanted to put your foot down, can't put your foot down out
right
there,
now,
man.
with parts of the area now under a curfew.
And as Mike said, a curfew is now in effect for 1 square mile of downtown LA.
And that's where KCAL News reporter Tom Waite is with a look at if people are listening to that order. Tom.
Yeah, some very intense action going on here just outside of the federal building. You can see Mike Rogers was just talking about this, the arrests that are being made right outside of the federal complex. These people have been sitting here in this penned-in area for some time now. I would say at least an hour right after the curfew was announced. They apparently did not heed the orders to leave, and now they are being arrested. The van, the bus, the white bus that they're going to be transported in is just a little bit down down the road there, right next to the federal, right in front of the federal building complex. And now they are beginning to make those arrests and bring people into custody. This is a spot where there was some intense and very furious action by police. They swarmed this area as there were a number of peaceful protesters that were here in the area, but then many of them did not comply with the order to leave when it was 8 p.m. And now you're seeing the result of that. Many of these people now being arrested, and they'll be processed, as Mike was describing. So we're just kind of waiting to see how this plays out. It's a very tense situation. A number of these officers aren't even sure who we are, so we're trying to keep all of our identification. I'm holding my mic flag up with the CBS logo on it as clearly as I can so they can see us. They're obviously in a very serious tactical situation here where there's just no margin for error. At one point we were between some protesters and the mounted unit where protesters from behind us, a couple of them, started throwing things at a officer who was mounted on horseback, and the horse reacted, and it was scary. We didn't know, it jumped back, and then a line of police aimed their less than lethal weapons in the direction of where that was coming, which of course was our direction because the people who did that were behind us. They cleared the area very quickly. Officers got up. We're on a kind of raised plaza level above the parking garage right now, and we're watching the arrest now play out. And you can see just the amount of officers here on scene, and now you can see people being told to put their
you gotta
hands
know
up
when to
against that
protest,
wall,
man.
and
You gotta know when to protest,
obviously,
man.
the arrest will ensue.
These
from
dudes
here.
ain't doing nothing but
This
catching the
was
case.
Also a spot where there was
That's
a number of
it.
people lingering.
They
Police kept
catching
making
cases,
announcements
man.
over and over and over again, telling people
You
to
not
leave.
gonna get
They
nothing
finally
in your
sort of ran to
favor
the area as
by
the
doing what they
officers
doing.
surged forward.
They straight
And,
catching cases.
very dramatic to see this all play out. And
What?
I'm sure this sort of shock and awe effect of this is part of the operation, right? It's very sudden, it's jarring, it's intense, and it's meant to, sort of subdue people or to force them out of the area, and it seems to have worked. There were no major violent incidents here. There were.
Damn, I
as
ain't
I
see
said,
that one, Arm. You gotta send me
projectiles
that
were
one.
thrown at police. We did not see police respond in this spot with any tear gas, or I didn't personally witness any less than lethal weapons fired, any rubber bullets, nothing like that where I am. I think that was not the case over where Lori is.
Man, they
about a
just
block
catching
from me.
cases, man.
I think she was in
Man,
the
that
area
shit ain't
where
gonna change
something
nothing.
was fired. It's not clear
You standing
what.
out there
We'll hear
saying
from her,
you
of course, in just a
protesting,
second,
you
but
ain't
yeah, we
going
are just kind
nowhere,
of
y'all
watching
destroying
right
shit.
now,
Man, they not
police
going
kind of
for that
securing
shit,
that
man.
area that you're seeing on your screen
You
there.
think
That
them
is the,
people gonna allow
north,
y'all
southwest,
to
that's the east side
overpower
of
what
the
they trying to
intersection
do
at, Los
and
Angeles
it's
and Temple,
coming
and,
from the president?
It looks like there were
You
some
got
people
to be
lingering there
crazy.
as well. We'll see how that plays out. But right now we're watching as
Man.
they are staging that bus and getting ready to take people into custody.
Crazy.
Okay, Tom, thank you. And you were mentioning Lori Perez's location. Let's go to her now.
Yeah, she's also in downtown LA, as Tom mentioned, about a block away from him. So, Lori, how are things looking an hour into the curfew where you are? We can hear the sirens.
That's right. And, I would just echo what Tom said. I mean, that movement of the people
Said
out
they
of
ain't
that
loot
area
not
was
one bookstore
coordinated
at all
as any police movement that I've seen over the last few days. And I just want to show you the sheer number of police cars. You see this line of police officers here, but look there are police cars lined up for as far as we can see here. We are at Main and Aliso, and that is a line of police cars that are staged right near the detention center, which has been the focus of these protests for the last couple of days. So they are really setting up a perimeter around that. They do not want anyone getting anywhere near that building. And we came down Main Street from our location because we were following the bulk of
The jails is about to be packed.
or the stragglers
Packed.
who were moved out by police, and they started heading toward the 101. As Mike was saying, they crossed over the 101, and we were kind of following it, and we're following in their footsteps. I think that they are now probably located somewhat, judging from where the chopper is, the searchlight is shining down. They're kind of in that area of that Chevron station where we were 2 days ago. So, you know, moving down towards Chinatown, down towards Union Station and that area. But, you know, it was quite something to see the police kind of make a move and in, you know, coordinated effort, just more march forward towards that crowd. That crowd got moving, and to Tom's point, you know, luckily there was we didn't see at least any confrontation, any big confrontation, physical confrontation between the crowd and the police. So that was good to see, and they have since moved out of the downtown LA area and more towards Chinatown. You know, we'll of course be following them to see.
This is how you know the human mind
ensues in that area.
Warped.
But it's very successful so
the
far.
Police got y'all all on the wall.
They were right around City Hall and where we were.
They're about to lock y'all up.
Guys.
All right, thanks so much.
Y'all could have took your dumb ass to the house.
And obviously, they are achieving what they set out to do, which is certainly thin out the area.
Come on,
get people away from the area.
All right, you protest for a little while.
Has a mind.
It didn't work out.
Create some havoc tonight.
Go head home.
They can easily spot those people because
you gonna stay there. Do you go to jail?
Let's go to Mike now and talk about for us exactly
and don't get to jail and your paperwork be bad.
Parameter. We heard Mayor Bass earlier talk about how it's 1 square
you gonna
mile
wish
out
you
of
went home.
2 square miles in the city of Los Angeles. Tell us exactly where this is, Mike.
They about to start shipping them out everywhere.
In an inset box here, we can look at it, or there it is right now. So I've highlighted it for you. So basically, your parameters here are 10 to the south. To the north, you have where the 110 and the 5 meet. To the east, you have essentially the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway. So it encompasses all of traditional downtown LA, the Fashion District, the Skid Row area, Arts District, the Civic Center, Chinatown, all of that. And I also want to point out the impact that the curfew is already having. Tonight, the LA Phil canceled their concert at the Walt Disney Concert Hall, posting on Facebook saying it was because of the curfew that is in effect. So we had another viewer reach out and say, you know, what about the Dodgers game? Well, if you look, Dodger Stadium is just outside of the curfew area there, so that likely will not be impacted as a result of the curfew, but there is still impacts to this. The concert hall canceled, businesses in the area are likely closing down early just to be, compliant with that. I mean, you certainly would think you're not going to have a ton of customers coming into the area if you are in the curfew zone.
I don't understand why people are protesting for those who shouldn't be here. However, if they want to face consequences for that, so be it.
Just a second to kind of see if we can see any of that crowd that was on the move.
It don't make no sense though.
Near the
you want to get arrested
on the ground. I don't know if that's
for people that ain't supposed to be here.
They had moved.
Let them deal with it.
Was mentioning.
Man, I'm not risking what I got going on.
But yeah, big impacts tonight with the curfew.
Is LA Live in that curfew area?
Yep. LA Live, Crypto.com Arena, Peacock Theater.
Then you get locked up.
We don't have any basketball games that are being, unfortunately.
You be behind on some shit.
But at the same time, people still
lose your job. Shit go left for you.
Maybe they'll have to close down.
What point did you prove? Nothing.
At 8 p.m. The restaurants and things of that nature.
Yeah, and there are, let's see, I'm looking at Crypto.com Arena just to see if there's any events there. It doesn't look like there's any events for quite a while, but, that's Walt Disney Concert Hall that John's showing us in the center of the screen there where the concert was canceled. But you also think about, too, I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. But, yeah, Crypto.com Arena doesn't have any events. But, what I was going to say is we just had the Tony Awards on Sunday night. If there was a curfew in effect then, how would that have played out? So, I mean, downtown LA is home to a lot of big events. And, we've at least the LA Phil saying that they're stopping it tonight.
You wonder then if people have tickets to certain venues, if they get stopped by police, they can show them, say, well, I'm here. Because Mayor Bass says, well, if you don't live here, you work here or work here. If you don't have any business here, but if you said, well, yeah, I have tickets to this particular event, they might reconsider?
If the event is still going on, if they didn't cancel it. Yeah, and
and they locking them up, throwing them straight in the school bus.
When there was a curfew that was issued then as well. I think that law
now
enforcement
you gotta sit on the bus until the bus pull
up. A legal right to stop.
You gotta sit on the bus and handcuffs
possibly too that
until the bus pull up.
For who they're looking for, right?
Till they take you to
they're
jail.
Targeted with this operation here as we look at the people being loaded up onto that LAPD bus.
Yeah, and we have been watching them
That shit
from
don't
above and from the ground.
brains ain't
loading up
operating
that
right,
bus.
man.
It looks like they're holding them against the wall. It seems peaceful as far as we can see from here, and then it looks like they're just going to fill that bus and transport those people. But haven't encountered a lot of resistance as far as we've seen, right?
No, not at all. I mean, it's been pretty peaceful, and I got to be honest with you. I think that the way right around 8 o'clock, the way that LAPD swarmed the area, I think caught a lot
Like
of people
they
off
was
guard.
going
I
to
mean, it
stop
was,
this movement,
the
though.
fastest and the most high intensity amount of
That's
officers
something that
I've
I
seen
don't get,
since
though.
we've started this on Friday
Like they
night.
was
I mean,
going to
they were
stop
there
the movement.
like lightning, and they were there fast.
Y'all
They
ain't
made
stopping
moves
that.
fast, and the crowd, as soon as they started to show up, the crowd immediately started to scatter. And then you had a couple people hanging out right here that are now being taken into custody. And then you had the other group that started pushing away, where we saw Tom and we saw Lori.
Well, you know, we had Mayor Bass on our
Yeah,
air
y'all
last
ain't
night
stopping
at
that, man.
11:30. So you have to think that either overnight or this morning that they made these strategic plans for LAPD to show up the way they did earlier today, get those people off the 101 freeway right away, and knew they were going to have this curfew go into effect and how they were going to activate it or put it into action. And actually, can you pinpoint the time they started arresting people? It was after 8 o'clock.
Last night or tonight?
Not tonight.
No, tonight. Yeah. It was. I mean, this group is the first group that they are that is taken into custody. They decided that they were going to arrest that group probably around 8:20. 8:20, 8:30, and that was after that group, to be honest, didn't leave. I mean, they had the opportunity to leave. The rest of the group left, but there's always the group of people that just kind of wants to, put themselves in front of the line of officers. And in this situation, it was not been like nights past where you stand here long enough and then you can go away. Now you're here, you're going to go to jail.
And they have reason, because you certainly are
That's
breaking
dumb.
the law. This is more than a
That's dumb, man.
dispersal order.
Right.
This is curfew, and you're
Man,
not supposed to be here.
I'm
period.
glad
And,
I
while
don't
we were on
think
the air with
like
Tom,
that. I
he
ain't
got a
gonna
wireless
lie,
emergency
man.
alert to his
I don't
phone,
think like that, man.
because he's within the area.
I'm not
So
out
he got
there
the alert on his
repping
phone.
for
There's an LAPD helicopter.
nothing I know they gonna send everybody to jail for. Like,
do orbits
not
over the
doing no
crowd.
shit
So
like
it's
that.
not that you don't know. You
retarded.
obviously see what's going on here. You're getting the alerts on your phone. They're making announcements on loudspeakers. Even when Lori was at that interfaith vigil,
Police,
they were
the
talking about it there as
Marines.
well. So people are well aware that there is a curfew.
They done took over,
Okay,
man.
well,
They done
we're
took
continuing
over,
to watch this,
man.
and we'll keep an eye on it.
Ah, they done
we
took
will keep
over.
an eye on downtown for
All
you with
that
SkyCal.
looting.
But now let's go to Santa Ana.
They done took over,
Another
man.
SoCal city that has seen some, at times, violent protests.
The National Guard surrounding the federal building there, and today local leaders showing their support to the immigrant community. KCAL's Nicole Comstock is live in Santa Ana tonight. Nicole, a much different scene than last night. You were there last night as well.
Yeah, you guys, a lot quieter out here tonight. We've seen a lot
Man,
less
they done
protesters
shut
in
'em
the street, a
down,
lot
man.
fewer people out here just adding to the scene and causing problems like we saw last night. We do still have the National Guard and some city police out here protecting the federal building tonight. And the presence of the National Guard, that's one of the things that the protesters we did see today were taking issue with. Take a look.
No, I was born here. Where am I supposed to go?
Quarreling between
Take your
protesters
dumb
in
ass
Santa
home.
Ana briefly hit a boiling point Tuesday, with people in the crowd screaming and shoving each other, at odds about the presence of National Guard members. Some say they're just here doing their jobs.
Why they cannot do anything?
I fought for the freedom of speech.
It was a far cry from the chaos that unfolded here Monday night, when a few people in the crowd threw powerful firecrackers and mortar-style fireworks directly at local police in the street. Police responded by launching tear gas and pepper spray rounds their way, slowly dispersing the crowd over several hours. The initial intention to protest federal immigration raids happening locally, overshadowed by those who came to cause trouble.
I just ask you, don't take the bait. They are trying to provoke us into making sure they paint us as being the villains, not the victims. We know we're here for our parents. We know we're here for working families and working people that are criminals.
Orange County leaders held a news conference to let the local immigrant community know they're supported and to condemn a militarized response to protests.
We're capable and we have the ability and the resources to be able to provide whatever necessary protection we have for our community.
The police chief who denounced the vandalism and violence last night said he would rather have his own police force de-escalating tensions in the community stemming from the raids. As cleanup crews work to repair the damage left behind, the National Guard continues to protect the federal building into the night, and police once again line up in riot gear for what could be another long night in the street. And we're hearing that about 11 people were arrested in Santa Ana last night. We're not seeing any of that taking place tonight, although we do hear some fireworks in the distance, so we're probably going to move and go check that out in a couple of minutes. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Nicole. You know, we're going to go back to Tom Waite. Nicole's, you saw that live shot. She's so quiet where she is tonight, Tom. And obviously where you are, a lot more quieter than
crazy.
It has been.
Yo, they
But
crazy.
Is everyone gone where you are?
Not everyone. There are still, well, there's a lot of officers over here, and you know, it's hard for me to tell what department they are with because it looks like a different uniform. Oh, those are federal. Okay. All right. So yeah, okay. These are federal officers who are on this. Yeah, they might be. I mean, yeah, it looks like that might be the Guard, and that is the first time I've seen them out walking and, you know, in the field, so to speak. I mean, we've not seen them leave the steps, so I don't know if they're out here because there's something, you know, down to the east there. Their police are moving quickly over there. I'm not sure why.
Well, sometimes, Tom, they do play a support role for police officers if police officers are making arrests. Earlier today, apparently the Guard came out and protected the officers, formed a line around the officers while the local authorities made
you
arrests.
know them Marines
So I wonder if
things
there's
is
something
loaded.
like that happening again.
Okay. Yeah, that could be it, Rudabeh. What's crazy is I don't really. Oh, hey, I see a few people. There are a few stragglers there. So yeah, maybe that's why they're providing that support, Rudabeh. That could be a good point. I don't know. They look like they're running down the street now. So I don't know.
They out there waving a flag like that shit gonna mean
There's
something.
another SUV here with officers riding on the outside of it. Yeah, so that could be it. Also, there was some more, you know, this whole area, I'm sure if, you know, for folks just joining us, this was, you know, a lot of people here, a crowd of people here, and, you know, they dispersed it with, you know, great haste. And then over to our, you know, you're looking now at our screen here. This is where officers are arresting people who would not leave initially, and they box them in here. And we're kind of waiting to see how many people they're arresting here. But you can see they have people against the wall. They're putting them, some of them in cuffs, I saw, and leading them off into the white van, the white bus over there that will then transport them. But yeah, much quieter scene here. But man, looking at this building, it's just covered in graffiti. So yeah, we'll let you go back, and we'll keep you posted on any new developments here.
Tom, thank you.
Like,
and, you know,
this was gonna
there
make
was
them stop,
discussion
though.
earlier today about the National Guard protecting local officers, but also protecting ICE agents as they made arrests in Southern California and Los Angeles, which was an expansion of their duties. They
Correct.
had been brought here just to protect
Now they
federal
running,
property
though.
and federal officers and officials. But today, for the first time, they were actually playing a support role with ICE agents as they made those arrests.
And you wonder if that had anything to do with the conversation with maybe the Trump administration, since he's the one that federalized those officers, the Guard in particular, as far as their duties. And I think there has to be something that
Now they
that
running,
is
though.
agreed upon as to their exact role, and for them to actually come out in the community. So maybe that's what's happening there. But thank goodness we haven't heard about any instances where there has been a real show of force or where they've had to use force.
Okay, we want to take a look at what happened in Chicago and New York, because these protests aren't just limited to Los Angeles. Tonight, protesters went out onto the streets over ICE raids taking place. This is New York, where police have stopped people from getting close to a federal building. Arrests were made there, and people were tossing water on officers. Also in Chicago, police clashed with protesters and arrests were made. People also tagging vehicles there.
Well, just hours ago, Governor Newsom made a virtual address in which he did not hold back his thoughts on President Trump.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength.
He hammered President Trump for taking hold of the National Guard and sending more troops into the region, saying it made the situation worse. Newsom said California may be the first for this, but he claims it won't be the last.
Man, look
And
like
we
they
have
went
reached
home
out
to
the
me.
White House for comment, but have not heard
Look like the streets is calmer to me. I
And
don't
we
mean,
continue
I
our
don't
breaking
see where
news
it made it
tonight
worse.
from the Inland Empire. Believe it or not,
Look
an
like they shut
evacuation
shit
order
down to me.
was in effect just south of Apple Valley tonight.
Y'all
as
let me know how
fire
y'all
crews
feel
work to
about
get
that.
the upper hand on the ranch fire.
It looked
Being
like
evacuated tonight,
the streets
area
is
from
calmer
Milpas
tonight than they
Drive
was
to High
last
Road,
night,
south of
the
Highway
night before.
18. So far, 2,000 acres have burned.
And more breaking news tonight in Burbank. Evacuation notices and warnings
Newsom
have
just
been
want
listed
cheap labor.
there
That's
after
what
a
it
brush
is,
fire broke out in the hills above Burbank. Forward progress of the Bethany fire has been stopped at 8 acres. Fire crews will continue to monitor the area through the night. No word tonight on what sparked the flames.
Illegal gardeners, illegal
All right, we're gonna go
dishwashers, and
back,
illegal
to
workers.
Well, we will in just a minute, but first we do have some important things to talk about. It was a warm day here in Southern California.
Definitely
What
putting
a
that
nice
work
day.
in.
Check in with Danny in our next weather. Danny, it's so good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you girls too. My goodness.
Word,
Having a
ain't
good
need
iPad. Yeah, we have
buck.
the sunshine today.
The streets
and we're
looking
gonna see
better,
much the same
man.
Going into tomorrow. So let's get you ready
Facts.
for your Wednesday. Here's a look at our temperatures today, you guys. Yes, it was all about the heat out there. I mean, it was a warm day here in Southern California. 104 degrees in Lancaster, San Bernardino, lower 90s, Burbank, 82, downtown LA, 81, and Newport Beach, 68 degrees. I mean, a crazy difference between our beach communities in the upper 60s and Lancaster at 104 whopping degrees. Now, we're going to see more heat going into tomorrow, but it's not going to be as hot as what we saw today. So we have big high pressure that's been building in. It's going to bring us another warm day going into our Wednesday.
Man, they
Stubborn
acting
coastal
fool out
clouds,
there.
they'll stick around. We're warmer inland and then cooler by the end of the week, all because of this guy. So we're tracking a
or a theater production, Mark Taper Forum rather, which had to cancel their show tonight too.
Ooh, that's where the Amazon is
Yes.
also. There's a number, and the Dorothy Chandler.
He
And
might
the Mark
be
Taper
though.
Forum was doing their adaptation
He might
of
be
Hamlet,
real.
that they had to cancel tonight
Mr.
because
Sweet
of
Nuts.
the curfew. So that's yet another performance here as we continue to march down the street. John, you just told me where they were. Say it again. You're right in front of the Disney Concert Hall.
You know, it makes you wonder, and maybe you know the answer to this question or not. Did the city order them to do this, or did they take it upon themselves as businesses to, comply and just say, well, we're going to cancel our performances?
As far as I can tell, it looks like these businesses took it upon themselves. I did ask very specifically the mayor's office to get a copy of the order, the curfew order, as well as the emergency order, which will give us some clarity on the fine, kind of letter of the law about what is included in this order and who is required to follow it. I mean, basically what she said at the press conference, though, was unless you live in downtown LA or you're perhaps coming to or from work or you're a credentialed member of the press, that's pretty much the exceptions. Certainly critical, employees that have to do business in downtown LA will be exempt from that as well. But it looks like these businesses are probably taking it upon themselves to, cancel these performances and comply with the thing. The last thing you want, especially, right here's a great point. I mean, you've got these protesters that are moving through the street. Yes, they're peaceful right now, but if you've got a concert hall full of people that are coming in and out of here or doing other things, that's going to certainly add to the chaos of things that LAPD will have to deal with when they eventually will come in here and handle these protesters.
Yeah, I wonder if they had performances over the previous nights and they, went on with the venues, kept everything in place. That's pretty. It is serious because you have some of the performers who are from out of town, who come here and train and have their rehearsals, and you go on with the performance that costs money, and people have to purchase tickets. So now they'll have to make other arrangements, and guess we'll have to see if nights after this are going to be canceled as well.
Yeah, there is another performance scheduled for tomorrow. Same at the same theater.
Definitely a disruption, and it is helpful to see this video from above from the chopper because you can see from our reporters on the ground the situation changes so quickly. It looks like no one's there, but maybe they're around the corner. So we get a better perspective here from the helicopter, and of course we will continue to follow this throughout the night. We'll be right back.
we'll see. I mean, this area was kind of really where a lot of stuff played out. A lot of chaotic activity was playing out, right when the curfew took effect. And there were a number of officers, that swarmed this area. And you can see a lot of them still on your screen that came here to make a number of arrests and disperse the crowd. Many of the people in the crowd did comply. They left and went off into different directions here. But this is kind of the main spot, right? Because we're right outside of the federal complex where the detention center is, right on the other side of the building here. And now you're looking live at some kind of convoy here of LAPD cruisers that are back here on the scene. And it's unclear, I think this is maybe sort of a staging area where they're conducting or carrying out some of their operations throughout the city and perhaps bringing people and personnel back through this area. They have a number of police here just on every corner of we're Temple in Los Angeles, just to the east of City Hall. And, the people have just been, kind of out here protesting, and now there are a few stragglers, actually.
Yeah, right next to you, right? Waving flags.
They're watching these guys behind.
Yeah. I was just wondering. There's a guy. It's like, what are you doing? Are you just trying to tempt officers? And now I think they've seen him. I don't know. We're up above on a plaza though, so it's going to take.
Yeah, they acting up in Chicago too.
Apprehended, it would officers would have to come up on a wall or run up the street. So I don't know. How they would make their way up here. They're leaving now, so very smart of them. I don't think police are in any mood to mess around. For people who were watching earlier, they were very intense about making sure we were credentialed to be here, and it was very matter of fact. There was it was no wiggle room, right? So they just wanted to make sure anyone who was out here was permitted to be so, and under the order that the mayor announced just a few hours ago. So this area where this is where all the protesters kind of gathered back. There was a march through the city earlier. Then they went all the way over to LA Live. Then they came all the way back here. They had a rally, and I got to say, very peaceful rally. Nobody. When I was here, I mean, there was a few moments where people were tossing stuff, but very, very peaceful. And it was just a total range of people, of backgrounds, ages. It was incredible to see, just because, I've been reporting at night and I've seen a lot of violence, a lot of clashes, a lot of projectiles being thrown, police having to disperse people with tear gas. And I just want to reiterate too, this is only going on in little corners of the city, little slivers. We've been reporting this all day, and all of all of us have been saying this. I just think it bears repeating. We don't want people to think that LA is burning down. It's not. There are little pockets of trouble here and there, but I have to say today really was one of those moments where we saw a big group of people getting together, marching together, showing some solidarity, and really just kind of expressing themselves and making their feelings known in a way that was very appropriate. And it was good to see. It was encouraging just having seen some of the uglier sides of these confrontations the past few nights.
It was also really, I'm going to say, refreshing to see. This was Lori shot, Tom, an interfaith vigil that was taking place, and there were people there from all walks of life, all different faiths. That was pretty special, because you could tell that people of all different kinds of people were there with one purpose. And then we saw a member of the clergy walking down the street with his white robe. And if you've been around for a while, that just brings you back to some of the protests that we have seen over the years. And I'm going to go all the way back to those civil rights marches, the Vietnam protests, where people, oftentimes when you take away the violence and the emotion that gets people to be antagonistic, this was a way you saw people coming together. And that was pretty nice to see.
And right now we're looking at chopper video from above, and they are breaking the law because there's a curfew in effect right now. But other than that, it does seem peaceful. We're not seeing the tagging, the vandalism, the throwing things at law enforcement that we saw later in the night last night. It does appear to be peaceful from what we can see.
And you wonder, are they going to their cars? I know, Tom, where you are, I saw that sign that said mall, Los Angeles Mall, parking. I think I'm kind of familiar with that because for many years ago, I was on a jury at the federal courthouse and I parked in that lot. So,
that's a story I want to hear a
I'll
little
tell you
bit later.
about it. So that's where I know where you are.
Parking garage is closed right now, Pat.
Yeah, if I recall, I think it closed at 6 p.m. every night, but there were a few of us, if we stayed later, that they were, we were able to get out. But I was just asking that question because you wonder where some of these people are they exiting the area?
Yeah, so that was the spot where there were a number of people they arrested right in that little entrance you're talking about, Pat. So I don't know. I think they've just shut that whole area down. And now I'm just curious because I'm a little distracted because there's a couple of guys here who are clearly not media and they're just kind of hanging out. And so I am just kind of waiting to see if police react to it. They seem to know, they're like aware of their being
These
here.
people
So I'm
right
just kind of
here?
waiting to see what's going to happen. I think there's a few people and that guy's okay. That guy. But one of them, he just looked very young. I don't know. But yeah, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out. They checked our credentials a little earlier, and some of these folks were not here. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, getting the lay of the land. It's all very fluid as we've been seeing the last few nights. So we're just trying to figure out. And here comes. Oh well, no, I'm not sure.
And we should be clear while you're talking about this, Tom. Sorry to interrupt you. While you're talking about this, the curfew does apply to everyone except the media who shows proper credentials, homeless people who live in the area, residents of the area, and then people who work in the area. So there are some people who are permitted to be there, but everyone else is not permitted to be there, including the people we're watching marching down the street, or that we just saw marching down the street on the right-hand side. And now there's clearly some activity going on.
Yeah, several vehicles. Hey, Tom, are those federal officers still out there?
You know what? I don't see them anymore, but I wonder if these vehicles that just left here, like I said, this seems like kind of a staging area. They've got, all these CHP cruisers that now are, they're all going off to the south. So I wonder where they are headed, if this is, if they're heading this way to then come back around to confront some of the other folks that may not, that are potentially violating the curfew. So we don't know exactly, but this definitely appears to be the kind of main staging area or one of the main staging areas. Obviously there could be others, and I can only speak to what I'm seeing. But I have not seen any of those officers. In fact, none of them are out front of the federal building anymore. There may be a contingent of them right inside. I know there were earlier because some of them came out when the crowd started getting bigger, and they I think just wanted to show that that there was strength in numbers. They came out to kind of like make it clear, like, hey, we're out here, and so on. So it's just a kind of it's not. I won't say tense out here. It's a little bit, like there's a little bit of that, but it's not like before where, even just a few hours ago, where you weren't sure when the curfew took effect, were police going to just blast through and start making arrests. So right now, just sort of calm, but also very active. Pat and Drew Bay?
Probably kind of eerie, Tom. A calm kind of eerie.
Very much.
Yeah, that's how it feels here.
Yep.
Okay, well, we're going to take more of our chopper shot, Tom, and talk to Mike for a minute. I don't know if we have any way of knowing Mike, but I would just, common sense would tell you, like those businesses that were looted, I think on 6th Street, some of them,
Broadway.
I'm sure that law enforcement is also staged there, I would think, just to make sure that nothing like that happens
Well,
again.
especially the Adidas store that got hit twice, one night after night. This group right here you're looking at is at Main Street. They just turned northbound Main from 5th, and they are starting to walk through here. That was just, I was looking at them because they came down a one-way road, and they were going wrong way on the one-way. So then you had cars that were trying to correctly use the road, which you see right there, which is happening if John tilts up just a little bit. So the group of cars here is actually with the protesters. You see them hanging flags out the window. And then you have the rest of traffic, and people are throwing bottles there. Something just shattered. That looked like it irritated the driver of that SUV there for a second. So I wasn't sure if there was going to be any kind of an encounter. But all of these cars that are coming down the street right there are all going the wrong way on 5th Street. So they're making a northbound turn onto Main, excuse me, and then they're going up. But it's obviously impacting traffic, and you've got some of those bicyclists there that are also holding traffic while their convoy of protesters moves through.
And, you know, we talk about why this curfew went into effect in the first place and some of the unrest we saw last night, including a car being set on fire. 22 businesses were vandalized last night, according to Mayor Bass in her press conference today. Graffiti everywhere. There are a lot of pictures we can't even show, even though we're doing our best not to show profanity and graffiti, but it's unavoidable in some places.
And at least, she said, at least $1 million in damage, and that was graffiti alone. That's just incredible.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it really is a lot. We're going to take a break here, and I almost thought that was a law enforcement vehicle. No, that's someone with the flag. Now, the other question, how do you stop motorists under curfew?
Right, and yeah, I mean, they could detain each one of them, tow the cars if they so chose, but it makes it harder when they're in cars because they can certainly get out of there a lot quicker.
Okay, well, we'll be right back. We're going to keep watching this, and we'll...
Corner Alex, a business owner who also wants to remain anonymous, says his employees saw ICE agents at 50th and Soto Monday. He says he had 15 workers call out Tuesday.
That's a 35%, and my productivity level goes down, and it's just bad for everything involved. I used to ship, let's say, 100 packages a day. I only ship 15, 20. So it's killing the business drastically. I'm sure it's for everybody who's in this area.
This is a cell phone video that was posted to social media Tuesday that fueled the fears and concerns among many of the industrial workers here in Vernon. It appears to show ICE agents inside of a warehouse's break room. But the CBS News confirmed team says this video is actually from a plant in Omaha, Nebraska.
This tells more people to stay home. More videos, they're not going to come to work.
Another operations manager at a warehouse here says 30 of his employees called out. And after days of anti-ICE protests in downtown LA and tensions running high, workers say they fear it will only get worse for many undocumented immigrants trying to make a living.
Everybody is scared.
In Vernon, Jasmine Veal, KCAL News.
Up north, hundreds of people protested the ICE raids in San Francisco. People were mostly focused outside the immigration court there. The protest lasted around an hour, and the court was closed off for the day just as a precaution. People who spoke said they are shaken by the ICE raids and say it is difficult on them.
Some folks might not show up to work today, and there's a lot of folks that count on us. We want to be able to provide for our families with dignity, but how do you expect us to do that if they're not respecting the work that we do and what we contribute?
Well, there were also protests over the weekend in San Francisco, where some 150 people were arrested.
Let's go back downtown now, where there is a growing crowd defying the curfew right now, breaking the law by being out there. We've seen a massive police presence, but we haven't seen them so far, Pat, confront any of these people who have been marching through downtown.
Yeah, and as Mike was telling us, that they were driving on the wrong side of the road at one point, so now we know that they are part of the protest. We saw people with flags hanging out of the cars, and we see this almost looks like a gathering of people on an intersection there, Mike.
Yeah, this is at 3rd and Spring. They're making a northbound turn onto Spring Street. Yeah, they just did a weird kind of I'm sorry. There was a car doing burnouts, which I was thinking donuts. Anyway, they moved through a parking lot from 4th Street, crossed through that parking lot onto 3rd Street, and then came out here at Spring. And so now they're going northbound on Spring with an LAPD helicopter following above them, kind of watching them. And yeah, I mean, you've got bicycles in there, you've got some motorcycles in there, you've got cars in there, electric skateboards. You've got a really big mix of kind of things that are going on down there. LAPD is well aware of it. I think this is and you see somebody tagging the building right there as this is all happening in the top left corner of your screen. So yeah, I mean, here we are. This is you know.
Oh yeah, right here.
Right, yeah, see him right there. I don't know exactly what that building is right there at 3rd and Spring. It may be a courthouse, but I'm not sure. And so they're continuing on northbound Spring Street here. LAPD has a helicopter overhead. They are well aware of where this group is. One of the kind of, I don't call it problems, but difficulties facing law enforcement is that this group is very mobile. They've been going on, a while now. You see a line of law enforcement there on the left side of the screen. And as they continue to try to, deal with these people as they're well past curfew at this point.
Okay, yeah, we're getting moving around a little bit downtown.
You know what? I want to ask a dumb question. That at 3rd and Spring, is that in the curfew area?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it's right near 3rd and Spring is near where you kind of have like historic Broadway, that kind of area. So it's definitely within the curfew area.
Okay. See, if I don't have your map up there, then I'm not exactly sure, because we're talking about 1 square mile.
Yeah.
And we know once you get so far, you're going to be out of that area. And I'm wondering, do they know that as well?
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to go. I mean, you'd have to get into like Koreatown basically, or Boyle Heights, or South LA to get out of the curfew area.
Well, you had mentioned, and maybe we don't want to talk about this now, but we have heard, and it was almost inevitable, that there are going to be protests in different parts of Southern California.
Yeah.
And we've seen protests in Chicago, we've seen protests in New York, so it's just inevitable. Up north, of course, San Francisco, that it will be happening in other places. I'm just wondering.
Man, they better stay their ass in the house.
I'm sure they monitor.
There are helicopters overhead too.
Okay.
They better
so they
stay their ass in the house
to try to do anything about it, because again, how do you stop cars?
Yeah, right. And they may be the protesters are working themselves back towards law enforcement, so they just might be waiting for them to kind of turn themselves in really quick. And I think Adam was telling me Lori Perez is on the ground. Lori, where are you?
Yeah, so we're at 1st and Spring, and I just wanted to say, maybe they haven't moved in there, but they have certainly moved in here. Just moments ago, lots of lights and sirens. They rushed up here, they parked, and you can see the force of police officers who are now assembling on this corner. We're, again, at 1st and Spring, so they're headed right towards us. We're at the corner of the City Hall campus, along with all these police officers who are anticipating this crowd who is headed this way. So we'll see what happens as they approach here. As you said, they are defying the law at this point, and as they continue to do so, they are risking, of course, being arrested. So we'll see if that happens once they get down here, or if it doesn't happen even before they get down here. But I can tell you, I mean, there are dozens of police officers here on this corner who are at the ready, waiting for that crowd that is headed this way. We have been huffing it, walking all around this city, trying to follow these protesters, but they are quick moving, and as soon as we get an idea of where they are, we try to rush over there, but they're on the move, so we're following them, we're trailing them, trying to get a perspective on what their plan is. Not that they necessarily have a coordinated plan, but certainly trying to follow their trail to see what they're up to as they continue to not comply with the curfew. These police officers, again, just got here seconds ago. We can see LAPD's helicopter with its searchlight overhead, tracking those protesters or those stragglers as they continue to stay out here on the streets of downtown Los Angeles. But other than that, I can tell you, as we've been making our way around the streets, I mean, it is empty otherwise. I mean, very few people.
They shutting shit down.
The mayor and city leaders and law enforcement wants it with that curfew in order. You might ever see, also once in a while, see a guy on a bike, but, he probably lives here.
People went out there and caught cases.
But it's good to know that the streets are otherwise pretty empty, and not a lot of people out on the streets.
Lock your ass up.
I'm just beginning to
It was
hear.
pointless.
I might be able to hear the
you
the
guys
crowd coming this way.
Sit in the house with a case.
We talked to a sergeant from CHP earlier who talked about the training local and state law enforcement receives to deal with Los Angeles specifically, and with California specifically, in exactly these situations, because they can escalate so quickly. So there is a reason that they use this tactical response, that they exercise restraint when they have, that they're staged in certain areas, that they move in when they do, and they're familiar with these communities and with the geography and with protests, because they've done them here before. So we know that they've been talking. They have coordination among about 14 agencies locally and at the state level, and that they are planning all of this and have planned for it.
You know what? While we have Lori there, and Lori, you might know this answer to this question. I don't remember when during the 2020, the George Floyd protest, did we have as many agencies together working to control the crowd?
You know, I was talking about that with someone last night as well, and I don't think we did. I mean, we certainly had, you know, multiple departments from around the county that came in to assist, but I mean, I don't remember there being as layered and as complex of a response as we have seen in this. And that might be lessons learned even from that experience. Maybe that they decided that that's the way to go. But yeah, it does seem more layered this time around than we saw in 2020. And you know, and to the point that Rudabeh was just talking about, you know, they are trained, and what are they doing? So now they're pulling back. So they might have just gotten word, right, that they need to go somewhere else. So they're going to load up, and we're going to see them
tagging a bus
on the move very shortly here. Yeah, they're packing it up, and they're going to go somewhere.
So Lori, really quick,
So
what
let's
we're
watch
looking
how
at
that
from
happens.
SkyCal too is they're passing a Metro bus, and they're tagging the Metro bus as it goes past. So the bus got caught up in this. You know, Metro had suspended some service, some rail service through downtown. Obviously, the buses are still moving through there, though, and you have all these people that are just getting kind of, you know, stuck in the chaos.
Said they
if you will,
defaced the
as they're moving towards
Kobe
you hear them
Bryant
coming towards you a little
Memorial
more?
with him, with his daughter in it.
Yeah,
Damn.
I thought I did, in fact. Yeah, they're on the move now.
There they go.
And they are also, I will say, right behind another Metro bus. And I looked inside that Metro bus. There were maybe 2 or 3 people on it. So clearly word has spread about, you know, not being out and about.
It's such a coordinated
But I'm going to see
effort.
if these guys are going to take a left here. Yeah, they're taking a left up on Hill. So
Dang.
they're probably going to loop around, right? And then try and meet whatever is going down further down on Spring, maybe?
Yeah.
Did they leave Spring?
They're
Do we know that?
They're still going. They pushed down. I did hear LAPD helicopter request those units to go lights and sirens like you just saw going past Lori. And we're watching right now from SkyCal as more, looks like spray painting is going on right there, or somebody, you know, doing something to the front door of a business there. Yeah, they're tagging it. So that's exactly why the curfew's in effect. They're trying to prevent this from happening. You see that guy shaking that can of paint in his hand there as he's continuing to move down. This is at 4th and Spring that the chopper is focused on, not far from where Lori is, and those LAPD officers starting to move in. You're talking about CHP coming in as well, so they've got a lot of the resources that we've been talking about coming through here. This is the group, though, as we are continuing to watch them just, you know, tag and tag and tag here as they go by. They tagged a Metro bus that was just stopped in the middle of the street. Lori said she saw another bus that had about, you know, 2 or 3 people on it, so thankfully not a very full bus. Hopefully a lot of people that, you know, are in the downtown area got the message that this is not the place to be tonight, and now we are seeing that play out here as we start to see more graffiti happening. LAPD, CHP, allied agencies, and here we are tagging another bus, or the same bus, actually. I think this is the same bus that got hit earlier by those other people that were walking by. So that's all happening. And again, they'll look at this. These buses have cameras. They'll try to use it later on to try to come back and identify these people that, you know, are responsible for tagging these buses. As we wrap up KCAL News at 9, we begin KCAL News at 10 with Susie Sa and Juan Fernandez.
And breaking news here on KCAL News at 10, a curfew in place, arrests happening right now, but some protesters refusing to leave tonight.
And that's despite a massive police presence on the streets of LA tonight. There it
Refusing to
is.
leave.
It is
Take your
night
ass to
5 of the
jail,
protests against immigration raids and sweeps in Southern California. And we have team coverage of the ongoing protests and the arrests and the fight to regain control of a 1 square mile area of the city near the federal building.
This is a live shot from SkyCal tonight. KCAL's Tom Waite, you've seen dozens of arrests already happening tonight. Tom, can you hear us?
And kind of, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Hello? Oh, okay. Hello. Okay. Well, I didn't know if you could hear us. So we're in front of the federal building, which much clearer now at the scene than it was just a few minutes ago. And police now zooming off, presumably to the area that Lori was talking about just a short time ago. But let's take you through some clips, to give you a sense of what's been happening over the last few hours. There's a number of issues that were happening right around curfew time, around 8 o'clock. That's when police really swarmed this area. They converged and broke up the crowd. There was some resistance from the crowd as the folks were dispersing, and there were a number of arrests that were made here just in the area in front of the federal complex. Remember, this is where the detention facility is, just behind the federal building. So that is kind of been an area of focus of protesters. By the way, very peaceful protesting throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. People from all different backgrounds, faiths came out, and there was obviously a vigil as well. But it was beautiful to see a lot of different people from all ages and backgrounds really coming together in a peaceful way. And given what we've seen over the last couple of nights, a few nights, there's been a lot of violent confrontations and tear gassing and people throwing things at police officers.
Hey, run the tape. You said they just shut it down out there.
So at the end of today, obviously there was a bit of drama. There was some arrests made. There was even a police mounted unit.
Amount of graffiti. In fact, behind the line of police officers behind me, you can probably see an example of just how much graffiti there is on the buildings all throughout downtown Los Angeles. We did see two workers yesterday working diligently with tiny little tools, getting to work trying to clean up some of that graffiti. And it's going to be a tremendous project throughout many blocks of downtown Los Angeles. But tonight, where we are at the moment is calm. But as we've been saying, that can change in a minute because, if that crowd of people who are defying the curfew order at this point, if they show up here any minute now, things could escalate because police have repeatedly been saying, if you're not off the streets, if you don't work here, if you don't live here, if you're not a member of the press, if you are on the streets, you could face arrest. And I know that over in Tom's location, he has seen dozens of people arrest. We certainly have seen, the LAPD, that big white bus pass by us, so we knew that they were starting to stage and get into a position where they could make arrests and start loading people up to take them away. So we're just kind of in a little bit of a waiting game right now, waiting situation at this point, waiting to see if that group doesn't indeed come in our direction.
Yeah, we do see some traffic in the area still moving through, Lori, and SkyCal is also showing us a group of officers on a corner, kind of peeking around the corner there, and also a long line of cruisers as well. Mike, any idea what might be happening there?
Well, you've got CHP that is certainly mobilizing. This is also an interesting group of people just sitting in the back of the truck there. I don't know what they're exactly up to here, but yeah, you've got CHP mobilizing. We are just listening to something, and we're going to try to move the helicopter over there, but about potentially an injured officer. We don't know how that happened, but it appears to be somewhere in the area of downtown, so we're working on gathering a few more details with that. And Kelly, I want to ask if we can put my computer in an inset box here because I want to show you exactly the area under the curfew. So this is basically all of downtown LA, even extended over into kind of the Lincoln Heights area a little bit, and then up into Chinatown. All of that is under a curfew. And we talked about this earlier, but the Walter Disney Concert Hall, LA Phil, canceled their concert tonight. There was another adaptation of Hamlet that was canceled tonight at another theater in downtown LA because of this curfew. So you have the people that are still down there, that's still not necessarily wanting to go along with the program here, but everywhere inside of that red is within the curfew that started at 8 o'clock tonight, 2 hours and 6 minutes ago at this point. Now, I did ask the mayor's office for an exact copy of the order, of the curfew order, as well as the local emergency order that will give us a lot of clarity on exactly the specificities of who is allowed and who is not. Generally speaking, though, it is people that have legitimate business in the area, which would be anybody that lives there, as we look at a field force of CHP officers there on the sidewalk and a lot of cop cars there by CHP. But anybody that lives in the area, anybody that is going to and from work in the area, credentialed members of the press would be allowed, and that should be about it. So, that's what they're...
Standing not too long ago, as Mike mentioned, putting his weight on two other officers as he was being loaded into the back of this SUV and presumably being taken to the hospital right now.
Yeah, but it's clear to say most of the protesters we saw earlier
that are probably just going to load him up. I mean, County General's not that far, so they'll probably run him over to the hospital, but he looks like he's conscious and alert, just limping or not able to walk on his own
Could have
power.
twisted an ankle or something, just walking around with his comrades there.
Well, and I want to point out that when these platoons move into different positions, they always run, right? So even if there is a need to run or not, that's just how they deploy. They run,
right.
and so it's very easy to trip over something or lose your footing or something.
Pothole,
like that. Yeah, right.
all sorts.
Yeah, I mean, these officers have been here, tirelessly trying to work to keep the peace in downtown LA. And as soon as this curfew went up, the LAPD showed up in downtown LA by the masses. I mean, we saw so many patrol cars out there, still out there tonight, making sure that these protesters clear the area. Just after that order went out at 8 o'clock, the curfew is in effect, again, from 8 o'clock tonight until 6 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as that happened, we saw the LAPD come in with their lights and sirens at times, trying to clear people out. But as we've been talking about, there are protesters still who have decided to remain in downtown LA, defying these curfew orders. And what you're watching here, we believe, is an officer who was injured in all of this. We don't know how and to what extent, but we do believe he is okay, as we saw him standing not too long ago, as Mike mentioned, putting his weight on 2 other officers as he was being loaded into the back of this SUV and presumably being taken to the hospital right now.
Yeah, but it's clear to say most of the protesters we saw earlier today have gone home. It's only a small group that still remain there in downtown Los Angeles defying this 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew.
Right, and that was at First and Grand where that officer was taken from. It looks like, this may be a fire station here that they're pulling up to. So they may just be, going to get checked out at the fire station and, kind of have those medics just take a look at him. And if he needs to go to the hospital, he will. But, it's probably easier for them to come to the fire station than it is for the fire department to try to get out in that mess and deal with all of that.
Let us know if you hear anything, Mike.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right, thanks.
Protests against these ICE raids continue also today in Orange County. Another round of clashes in Santa Ana. A flashpoint to the immigration protests, of course, the National Guard.
KCAL's Nicole Comstock live for us in Santa Ana. What does it look like out there for us, Nicole?
Well, for the most part, you guys, it's been a much more quiet and calm day here in Santa Ana. But now that it's nighttime out here, we do have quite a big gathering of people here at Bristol and McFadden. You can see that they're kind of just standing in the center of the street there. They have taken over parts of the parking lot for the gas station here too, and the stores in this surrounding area. And, mostly what we see is just people gathered with flags out here with signs. Some fireworks, of course, you can hear those signs just expressing their frustrations with President Trump and his ICE raids. People are driving by honking out here. Again, we are hearing some of those mortar-style fireworks going off and then some of the firecrackers as well. But what we are not seeing at this location right now is we're not seeing police on the ground. We were actually at the federal building about an hour ago, and we also didn't see many National Guard members there anymore either, so we're not certain if they moved to another location in Santa Ana, most of them, or if those National Guard members maybe went to another location. But for now, you can see these protesters kind of marching up the street here, and we're going to show you a bit of the scene that played out across the city today. Take a look.
No, I was born here. Where am I supposed to go?
Quarreling between protesters in Santa Ana briefly hit a boiling point Tuesday, with people in the crowd screaming and shoving each other, at odds about the presence of National Guard members. Some say they're just here doing their jobs.
Why they cannot do anything?
I fought for the freedom of speech.
It was a far cry from the chaos that unfolded here Monday night, when a few people in the crowd threw powerful firecrackers and mortar-style fireworks directly at local police in the street. Police responded by launching tear gas and pepper spray rounds their way, slowly dispersing the crowd over several hours. The initial intention to protest federal immigration raids happening locally, overshadowed by those who came to cause trouble.
I just ask you, don't take the bait. They are trying to provoke us into making sure they paint us as being the villains, not the victims. We know we're here for our parents. We know we're here for working families and working people that are criminals.
Orange County leaders held a news conference to let the local immigrant community know they're supported and to condemn a militarized response to protests.
we're capable and we have the ability and the resources to be able to provide whatever necessary protection we have for our community.
The police chief who denounced the vandalism and violence last night said he would rather have his own police force de-escalating tensions in the community stemming from the raids. As cleanup crews work to repair the damage left behind, the National Guard continues to protect the federal building into the night, and police once again line up in riot gear for what could be another long night in the street. So it is looking like we might have another long night in the street out here. For the most part, what we're seeing in the crowd right now is a lot of really young people out here, again, just holding up their flags, driving by with flags hanging out of the windows of their cars. They just want people to honk for them for the most part and just show the community's support for the immigrant families here, many of whom just say they're really terrified that they'll have their families ripped apart. What we haven't seen tonight is any vandalism so far. You know, last night we were seeing a lot of graffiti on buildings and small businesses, maybe some broken out windows in the city at a different protest, but we haven't seen any of that tonight. So it seems like people are really staying on message out here and listening to the words of city leaders today, of Orange County leaders who told people, you know, don't use violent tactics out here. It's not helping our cause. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Nicole Comstock live tonight in Santa Ana. Thank you so much. Well, meantime, immigration activity continuing across Southern California. This is actually new video of what happened today in a field in Oxnard. And tonight, we are actually speaking to the woman who shot this video.
Leslie Maring joining us now. Leslie, you spoke with the witness and the organization that says people have been swept up by ICE at a Southland car wash.
Yeah, and you know, we know that all this has been prompted by immigration and ICE arrests that have ramped up across Southern California since Friday. The Trump administration says the ICE arrests will continue for at least 30 days, and tonight people tell us they fear to go out because of immigration sweeps taking place.
This was a scene in Oxnard Tuesday morning. Federal officers seen chasing a man through an agricultural field. Mia captured it all on video.
He wasn't able to tell them anything. They just got him right there, right then.
She says the man was driving down Laguna Road when a Border Patrol vehicle attempted to stop him.
There was 2 Border Patrol trucks behind him, and they didn't have their lights on or anything. But then all of a sudden, within 5 seconds, they turned on their lights and they started chasing him.
She says the driver attempted to drive off, but quickly pulled over, taking off into the fields. Mia was originally going to pick up her sister from work, who she says is undocumented.
Our community is very scared. Everyone is just scared that they're gonna be arrested for no reason.
The FBI confirmed they did help ICE with immigration enforcement in Ventura County today, but didn't offer details about the arrests. On Tuesday night, Governor Gavin Newsom addressing what he called mass deportations by the Trump administration.
Indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk.
Currently, we know that half a dozen car
regardless of
washes
the roots.
have been visited by what we believe is ICE.
We spoke to Flor
gotta do
Rodriguez,
with you
the executive
not
director of
having
the
that
Clean Car
paperwork.
Wash Workers Center, which advocates for workers' rights in the car wash industry. She says immigration officials have detained 25 workers and 1 customer since Friday.
I can tell you that they are family men. I can tell you that a lot of them are missing their kids' graduations right at this moment.
So far, Rodriguez says the organization has identified 16 of the workers detained. She says 2 were sent to detention centers in Texas.
The reason why we know they're there is because we've been able to use that locator system, not because the workers have been able to contact family or an attorney.
2 workers have contacted family, but only after she claims they were already deported.
Their families are heartbroken. Their families, their children are wondering why they weren't home to put them to bed from the moment they went missing.
And we are expected to hear from some of those families tomorrow during a press conference. Now, federal officials continue to say they are detaining and arresting people with criminal history. We did reach out to DHS to get more information on the immigration arrests in Ventura and these car washes, but we are still waiting to hear back. Susie Wan.
All right, Leslie, thank you so much. Want to go to a continuing breaking news coverage here in downtown Los Angeles.
Mike Rogers at the desk now with this update for us, Mike.
Yeah, so here's an interesting kind of turn of events here. So this apartment building that you see right in the center of your screen here, the group of protesters that was being essentially shooed down the street by LAPD officers then ran into the apartment building. So the Los Angeles Police Department is now trying to get to the higher floors of this building because they say that the protesters ran in it. So you've got both sides that are blocked off by law enforcement. You see the helicopter there from the LAPD that is circling with its night sun on. And a moment ago, we saw a group of officers enter the parking garage there at the ground level and kind of move through. So that's where this is at right now. And just adding another complicating factor to this, now that you've got a building involved here where this group has now potentially run inside of it. And we'll see the chopper going to push in here to a second where you'll see that group of officers basically formed kind of a skirmish line right there in front of the parking garage entrance where they believed that they saw the suspects, or the group of protesters rather, run into the building. So they had talked about figuring out logistically, do we want to go search this whole building? What are we going to do here, and how are we going to handle this?
Hit that like
Hopefully,
button.
Somebody who lives there will let officers know
In
where
the
they went.
building,
Mike, I know
tap
several
that
people
like
live
button.
downtown. These buildings are really secure. You can't just walk in. You need to be buzzed in. So for somebody to just make their way into this building without any invitation or without a door just being left open, it's kind of
right, unless
crazy,
they live
right?
there, right? Unless one of the people who were in that group lived there, actually, but who knows?
Yeah, and I did see, briefly when LAPD was getting there, so they went into the left side, in the entrance to the garage on the left side, and then a group of them did pop out on the right side of the building. So I don't know how many of them remain inside of the building, enough that the LAPD helicopter was trying to sort out, whether or not they want to go floor by floor and conduct that kind of search. I would assume that would be a very daunting task. It's a big building, and so we'll see. I mean, for now, they're kind of just standing out here while they figure out their game plan and figure out how exactly they want to handle this.
All right, keep us posted on this, Mike. Thank you so much. And more breaking news tonight, this time in the Inland Empire, an evacuation order in effect just south of Apple Valley tonight as fire crews work to get the upper hand on the ranch fire. Evacuation orders tonight, the area from Milpas Drive to High Road south of Highway 18. And so far, more than 4,000 acres have burned.
And Leslie, closer to us here,
Joker's
evacuation
Lab.
notices
Poppin'.
and warnings have been lifted in Burbank tonight after a brush fire broke out in the hills above Burbank. Forward progress of the Bethany fire has been stopped at 8 acres. That's some great news there. Fire crews will continue to monitor the area throughout the night. No word yet on what sparked the flames. All right, time now for next weather.
Yeah, we've been dealing with June gloom in the morning, but these beautiful temperatures in the afternoon, Danny.
I know, and today was one of those days. I mean, we saw the sunshine out there, and I know for some folks, as we're seeing these fires popping up.
From the downtown LA area, where a curfew is still in effect till 6 a.m. in the morning. You can see here what looks like members of the press walking through our shot there. But for the most part, Susie, it looks like the streets are clear. Traffic is moving along the road there.
Yeah, but on another side of downtown LA, as you're seeing here, a huge police presence for the LAPD. As Mike Rogers on the desk was telling us, we do believe a group of
Look
protesters,
like they clearing shit up.
people who were left over from the protests at least, and defying this curfew that went into effect at 8 o'clock tonight, went into this building as you see them staged in front of that building. We believe they went actually into that parking garage, Mike. Is that what was happening? They went into the garage, and you saw another group coming out the other side.
And a lot more police officers have shown up there, Mike.
Yeah, I remember last time we talked, they said, I don't know what they're going to do with this because it's going to be a logistical nightmare. Well, they found the logistics to do it. They brought in the sheriff's response team, the SRT. That was the one that you saw with we've seen them in the past with the trucks with the yellow coils on top. So those guys are there. They've brought in a significant more units from LAPD as well here. So it does sound like they want to go into that building and make sure that that group, which the airship is pretty confident is still inside. So the airship's pretty confident that that group is in there. So they're going to go through and they're going to do kind of a systematic search for that group. I'm not sure. I see that police helicopter that's kind of got its spotlight shining down over here near Pershing Square. So not exactly sure what that police helicopter is looking for, but there is the building right there as we continue to monitor the situation here on KCAL News at 10.
We'll be right back.
Somehow making their way into the parking garage and somewhere in the building. Of
He
course,
said they
a
going
lot of
in there to
places
get 'em.
hide, Mike.
They ain't
Stairwells,
playing no
hallways,
game.
rooftops,
Parking
parking garages. They're there.
Yeah, and to your point earlier, Juan, we can hope that this building, which looks to be a newer building, is equipped with, even in my building, even if you're in the stairwell, each door you have to have a key fob access to get in through each of those doors. So hopefully the group has accidentally locked themselves into an area here that will be quick for law enforcement to be able to get to. But you've got the LAPD right there, you've got Sheriff's Department on the other side of the building, and then CHP on the other side of that building. So if these guys come out, they will be met by law enforcement. And now LAPD is working on strategically deciding how they're going to go into that building and search it. You know, a couple seconds ago, I did see some people that appear to like live in that building that are obviously kind of figuring out like, all right, something's going on here as we're, watching all of this. They've got the helicopters, they've got, law enforcement down there as well. So there goes a line of CHP cruisers. And I don't know that I have ever seen so many law enforcement police cars in one location. I mean, it has been just kind of incredible to see how many police officers have been down here.
They're so well organized this time around, Mike, and we're going to keep monitoring the situation there from downtown Los Angeles to see if and when the protesters or agitators, whoever they were, who made their way into this building. As you can see there, Susie, they're using their night sun as well to kind of see if they're somehow hiding on the rooftop as well.
That's right. We'll keep an eye on our situation here in downtown LA. Meanwhile, we want to take you down now to Orange County, where protests got pretty heated in Santa Ana today as well.
Let's go back to Nicole Comstock for an update. Nicole?
Yeah, you guys, there still are quite a few people out here protesting in Santa Ana tonight. Lots of families, lots of really young people. Currently, they are on the move, but we will give you a look behind us here right as they're lighting off a firework, apparently. But there's still people gathered here at this 7-Eleven parking lot at Bristol and McFadden. What we've seen so far really is just a lot of people out here gathered with flags, driving down the street, trying to get honks from people, signs expressing their frustrations with President Trump and his ICE raids. No vandalism so far that we've seen tonight, very unlike last night when we saw different groups of people throwing fireworks and firecrackers at police. We actually don't see police out here right now, so we're not sure if they're in a different part of the city or if they're just kind of letting people do their thing tonight because no one's really messing with anything or vandalizing any property out here. Lots of people showing their support for immigrant families. Lots of people, you can hear I'm driving by honking right now, just think that these ICE raids have been carried out in an arbitrary way. They say they don't think they're just specifically targeting violent criminal immigrants like the Trump administration originally said, but they say they're also detaining people who pay taxes and run businesses and have families here. They think that's unfair, and they think there's got to be a better way to do this so that, after those people are detained maybe for questioning and get a court date, there's a way to streamline the process for them. So if they're doing everything in good faith, they have a path to U.S. citizenship here. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Doesn't look like they've blocked off any streets, have they?
Not right now. About an hour ago, they had McFadden and Bristol blocked off, but they really just stayed in the road for like 5 minutes, and then they did this huge march up the street in a caravan of cars. Lots of young people in the crowd tonight and families as well.
All right. Well, let's hope it stays that way. All right, Nicole Comstock reporting live for us from Santa Ana. Thank you for that update. Meantime, these are the first photos we've seen of the California National Guard involved in ICE sweeps in Southern California. ICE tweeted these pictures of agents detaining people in LA with the National Guard standing guard. Governor Newsom is trying to stop all this, accusing President Trump of, quote, behaving like a tyrant.
Well, today, the state filed this request for a temporary restraining order to block the use of the California National Guard in immigration enforcement.
A federal judge denied that request for an emergency restraining order, but the judge did set a hearing for Thursday afternoon. The state says it does not oppose using California National Guard members to protect federal buildings, but it does not want the soldiers used for ICE raids and immigration enforcement.
The president has been engaged in an unlawful power grab. He has tried to seize authority he does not have. He cannot lawfully deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles, period, full stop. The statute.
Well, speaking at Fort Bragg, North Carolina today, President Trump accused Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass of paying the protesters to trash LA.
They paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in this willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of the city by criminal invaders.
Well, in addition to calling in 4,000 members of the California National Guard, the Trump administration also deployed 700 Marines from 29 Palms. SkyCal spotted them today setting up camp at the Joint Forces Training Base in Los Alamitos There they are. California Congressman Ted Lieu, who represents the West Side from Santa Monica to Ranchos Palos Verdes, reacted today to the deployment of the Marines. It is still unclear exactly what the Marines will be doing here in LA and what their rules of engagement will be.
And back to downtown LA tonight, where this has been a 5th day of protest of the immigration raids that have happened since Friday. And what you're looking at is a picture of downtown LA under a curfew since 8 p.m. tonight until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. The LAPD showing their presence tonight and clearing the crowds that were out here. We do have our eye on one last group of protesters inside a building. I want to go to Mike Rogers for an update on that.
Yeah, so really quickly, I was just listening to the radio. They got a hold of security. The security said no, they already left. They escaped out of a back door.
Really?
LAPD backing off now.
All right,
nice to hear.
Okay, so it looks like all the protesters have cleared downtown LA as far as we know, but we are going to keep an eye on this situation, and we're going to have meteorologist Danny Roberti with weather just on the other side of a break.
Defense had serious
vehicle attempted to stop him.
There was 2 Border Patrol trucks behind him, and they didn't have their lights on or anything, but then all of a sudden, like within 5 seconds, they turned on their lights and they started chasing him.
She says the driver attempted to drive off, but quickly pulled over, taking off into the fields. Mia was originally going to pick up her sister from work, who she says is undocumented.
Our community is very scared. Everyone is just scared that they're going to be arrested for no reason.
The FBI confirmed they did help ICE with immigration enforcement in Ventura County today, but didn't offer details about the arrests. On Tuesday night, Governor Gavin Newsom addressing what he called mass deportations by the Trump administration.
Indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk.
Currently, we know that a half a dozen car washes have been visited by what we believe is ICE.
We spoke to Flor Rodriguez, the executive director of the Clean Car Wash Workers Center, which advocates for workers' rights in the car wash industry. She says immigration officials have detained 25 workers and 1 customer since Friday.
I can tell you that they are family men. I can tell you that a lot of them are missing their kids' graduations right at this moment.
So far, Rodriguez says the organization has identified 16 of the workers detained. She says 2 were sent to detention centers in Texas.
The reason why we know they're there is because we've been able to use that locator system, not because the workers have been able to contact family or an attorney.
2 workers have contacted family, but only after she claims they were already deported.
Their families are heartbroken. Their families, their children are wondering why they weren't home to put them to bed from the moment they went missing.
We're expected to hear from some of those families tomorrow during a press conference. Federal officials continue to say they are detaining and arresting people with criminal history. Now, we did reach out to the Department of Homeland Security to get more information on the immigration arrests in Ventura and these car washes, but we are still waiting to hear back. Pat?
All right, thanks so much, Leslie. And now let's take another live look at downtown LA. We will bring you any updates as this curfew is now in effect. Also tonight, 2 separate brush fires burning in Burbank and the IE.
In the Inland Empire, an evacuation order remains in effect just south of Apple Valley as fire crews work to get the upper hand on the ranch fire. The area from Milpas Drive to High Road south of Highway 18 under that evacuation order. 4,200 acres have burned.
And in Burbank, evacuation notices and warnings have been lifted after a brush fire broke out in the hills above Burbank. Forward progress of the Bethany fire has been stopped at 8 acres. Fire crews will continue to monitor the area through the night, and it is believed the fire began behind someone's home.
A mother claims she was punched in the face by a person LA.
Believe that? How could something like that happen?
Something like that shouldn't happen.
What should happen now?
What should happen now is what we did. That employee was terminated. That employee will never have a chance with LASD. And what we've done is we've revved up our training.
As a former LAPD officer, he says he does train all of his employees and does background checks, but nothing, he says, came back on this woman. Now she's facing battery charges with a warrant out for her arrest after missing this first court date.
Warrant was issued, bail $20,000.
As protests calm down, our coverage continues in just minutes.
And the violent clashes spreading to other cities tonight.
Fight for the freedom of speech.
We're capable and we have.
Ended up getting picked off by some of the plainclothes officers that were driving those unmarked police vehicles, able to get there without being noticed by those suspects and then being taken into custody. So quiet in downtown right now.
Okay, Mike, and you know what? Hopefully we can keep those officers for a long time.
Yeah.
At least I think Mayor Bass said 30 days.
Let me see, hold up. Let's see where else they are. Let's see. They said they in Chicago too. Hold on. Let's see where else they at. Yeah. Let me see. Hold on. ICE protest. Let me see. This dude threw a rock at the Border Patrol. Let me see what they said about this one.
Take a look at this here on your screen. We have a post from a Fox 11 reporter, Matthew Seedorf, saying, breaking, federal sources tell me the, quote, rock thrower from Saturday's violent clash in Paramount, California has been identified as Elpidio Reyna. The FBI believes Reyna is the man seen on video hurling rocks at Border Patrol agents. There's a $50,000 reward leading to his arrest. It does get cut off a little bit there. But I want to showcase some of that video that Matthew is referencing to here. He did break this story for our team at Fox 11. So take a look here in case you have not seen it yet. These are just some of the videos that we have been showcasing for you, and that is the suspect that right now I do believe police are still looking for. Authorities there identifying that man. Now on Saturday, Border Patrol had a staging area in Paramount, California, when they were confronted by protesters. Agitators then started throwing glass bottles and chunks of cement toward authorities, who fired back with tear gas and rubber bullets. Video there obtained by Fox shows Border Patrol agents leaving the tense situation Saturday while their vehicle was hit by numerous rocks. The FBI used social media videos and a Fox 11 News report to identify that rock thrower. According to officials, they're going to continue investigating protest videos shared on social media to make additional arrests. They had said this: we have a mission here in Los Angeles. We won't be deterred from that mission, whether it's arresting illegal aliens or protecting federal facilities. We are going to do that. If anyone thinks this guy or any other thug out there is going to stop us from doing our job,
it ain't tripping. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Thank God for Donald Trump.
Okay.
Thank God for Donald Trump.
Okay. Thank God for Donald Trump. That's what you said?
Just say it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So what you feel Trump is doing that's good? Talk to us about it.
He's getting rid of all the fucking riffraff.
He said he's getting the riffraff.
All the sticks and stems. All the seeds and sticks and stems.
Okay. So you think
get him out!
So you think what he's doing is going to take effect and it's going to help things out?
No, but I like it.
Okay, you just like it.
It's fun to watch, right?
Nah, it ain't fun to watch, but you know, it needed to be done though. It ain't fun to watch, but it needed to be done because, you know, people that are here illegal, they don't need to be here, you know, because people that are paying their taxes, they're the ones that's having to pay the taxes, and they're getting lower rates paid to them when these guys are here not paying taxes and they just enjoying the fruits of the labor.
That's exactly right. And all these white boy carpenter guys, they're out of work. They can't even find a job. They're not working for $20 an hour. Right?
Yeah, you know, some people, you know, want to get paid what they worth. And some people feel that they worth more than they paying people. And a lot of people are taking these undercuts because they here illegally.
Yep, that's right.
So, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So fuck them. Get them all out of here. Excuse my language.
All right, man. We appreciate you calling in, man.
All right, man. Have a good night. Shout out to the chat.
You too. He was passionate about that.
They've got to think again. Again, that is
this was
law
ill
enforcement
right
down there in Los Angeles. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to that suspect's arrest.
They out of pocket.
We're going to continue to follow the story and bring you.
They out of pocket for this one, though. I'll play this one back. They out of pocket for this one.
On your screen, we have a post from a Fox 11 reporter, Matthew Seedorf, saying, breaking. Federal sources tell me the, quote, rock thrower from Saturday's violent clash in Paramount, California, has been identified as Elpidio Reyna. The FBI believes Reyna is the man seen on video hurling rocks at Border Patrol agents. There's a $50,000 reward leading to his arrest. It does get cut off a little bit there. But I want to showcase some of that video that Matthew is referencing to here. He did break this story for our team at Fox 11. So take a look here in case you have not seen it yet. These are just some of the videos that we have been showcasing for you, and that is the suspect that right now I do believe police are still looking for.
Yeah.
Authorities are identifying that man. Now on Saturday, Border Patrol had a staging area in Paramount, California, when they were confronted by protesters. Agitators then started throwing glass bottles and chunks of cement toward authorities, who fired back with tear gas and rubber bullets. Video there obtained by Fox shows Border Patrol agents leaving the tense situation Saturday while their vehicle was hit by numerous rocks. The FBI used social media videos and a Fox 11 News report to identify that rock thrower. According to officials, they're going to continue investigating protest videos shared on social media to make additional arrests. They had said this: we have a mission here in Los Angeles. We won't be deterred from that mission, whether it's arresting illegal aliens or protecting federal facilities. We are going to do that.
This is out of pocket,
if anyone thinks this guy or any other thug out there is going to stop us from doing our job, they've got to think again. Again, that is law enforcement down there in Los Angeles. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to that suspect's arrest. We're going to continue to follow the story and bring you all those latest details.
Yeah, it's definitely like that in every state. The black people only invited to the port. Yeah. Yeah, man. Whoever that guy was, he went too far with that. You know, if you gonna protest, right? If you gonna protest, right? But damn, that was going too far. Let me see, hold on. Yeah, that was going too far, man. Yeah. He was literally throwing rocks. Literally. Let me see. Let's see what they doing in NYC too. Hold on. Let's see what they doing in New York now. Somebody sent me something about New York. Hold up. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Hold up.
Careful or cross over the barriers. You may be subject to arrest for obstructing governmental administration. This is the New York City Police Department. NYPD barriers have been set up for safety and security purposes. If you move, tamper with, or cross...
Jamil! He's got pepper spray. Pepper spray, man. Pepper. Yeah, please.
This shit going down everywhere now. It's about to start going down everywhere. It's about to start going down everywhere. Everybody want to go outside and they want some attention. Straight up. And this is Manhattan. For all those people that want to go outside in these cities and they want attention, they gonna give it to you. Let me see, hold up. Yeah, that shit right there, they posted that like 4 hours ago. Let me see. They got some shit in there. Let me see, hold on. Yeah, that shit there. You know, take your ass in the house. Let me see. I'm trying to see what they say in New York. Protest.
Ran high today outside Federal Plaza in response to some rough arrests yesterday inside the building.
Those arrests involve the detention of a Dominican migrant there for a routine check-in. It follows the Trump administration's immigration crackdown here in New York.
Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo is at the scene with the latest details. Anthony.
But Joe, telling you, things have quieted down just a bit, everything but the weather. Obviously, you see this teeming rain at this point. There are still protesters out here, and we're learning that the number of protesters taken into custody by police at this point has grown to roughly 17. That is not an official number yet. It is preliminary. I do want to show you some video of some tense moments earlier during this protest. You'll see in this video the NYPD making several arrests outside of 26 Federal Plaza. This is a federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. These protesters voicing their concerns about ICE detainments. Some telling us that...
Man, the line is open. You hear me? If you want to call in, call in. Let everybody hear what you got to say. Don't try personally text me. Call in and say it. The line is open. If you feel some type of way about what's going on, you write to your opinion. You feel me? That's your opinion. Call in though. That's all. Just call in. It's okay. You know what I mean? If you feel some type of way and you upset about people being deported, you can call in and give your opinion. That's your opinion. You know? I'm looking at it like what it is, right? If you here illegally, come on now. If you go to another country and you go there illegally, they gonna lock you up, right? And they gonna do whatever they want. They ain't gonna let you call nobody, no nothing. But America's so free, right? Everybody think it's all good. What about when the brothers is going through the process, locked up, in a situation, and don't nobody want to help a nigga? What about that? When the brothers is going through stuff and don't nobody want to help a nigga, nigga can't get a job, he out here with the pack, cause he gotta get the pack, then he getting the pack from the people they trying to get up out of here. Think about that, right? And I'm gonna keep it a beam, right? I gotta keep this a beam. Cause I come from the street, right? Poppies, right? The poppies, they'll go to work, right? And go to work for $10, $13, $14 an hour, literally, and still move bricks. You hear me? They'll go to work $10, $12, $13, $14 an hour and go to work every day and have that shit. Come on, man. Nigga can't find a job. They cornering the market all around the corner. Straight up. They doing the work for cheap and then they got to work. Man, listen, man, gotta be some order around here. When they put the pressure on shit like this, the price of bricks go up. When they got people like Biden in the office, bricks is cheap. They real cheap when Biden and them in the office. When Trump in the office, bricks is 40. When Biden in the office, bricks is 20. This how the game go though. People don't understand that. And you know, people can have their own opinion. I let everybody have their own opinion. You can call in. That's all. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Yo, what's good, G? It's your boy Cash Bags, man.
What's going on, Cash Bags?
What up, homie, man? I had to tap in and voice my opinion on what you talking about, you know what I'm saying, since nobody else coming to break through. You know, of course, you know, we all have a history, if not our family does, right? One way or another. I agree, you know what I'm saying, to deport the criminals, the ones with a criminal history, the ones that have some kind of court attendance history, right? That's, I think, where we should start at. That's what Trump had mentioned in the beginning, not just do a straight sweep and take women, children, families, and then, you see what I'm saying, filter through it, because that's terrible. You know what I'm saying? I think we should start at the tip of the iceberg, take care of the troublemakers, clean that out first, and then start seeing, prioritizing, you know, who else should we go ahead and clean these streets up with? You know what I'm saying? But to just do a straight sweep, you know what I'm saying? That's breaking up businesses, breaking up cities, breaking up homes, man. You know what I'm saying? That's just my thoughts about it. You know what I'm saying? I think we should do it civilly and do it professionally, not just do it recklessly. You know what I'm saying? And just have everybody off the neighborhood and then figure that shit out later.
And I understand where you coming from, but the only thing about people, right? It never work like that. It'll never work like that. You know, we'll have some great ideas and be like, man, this is how we should do it. But it won't work like that because you got to pick through it. You got to take your time with it. And whenever you trying to do something in bulk, you can't take your time with it. You got to go straight at it. And it's the only way. Some must die for others to live. And that's just how life operates.
I mean, I see your point where you're saying go hard or go home, because regardless, they sending them home, right?
You know it.
But in the end of the day, you know, this country relies on immigrants. You know what I'm saying? And we got to be factual about that, because look, I'm born and raised here, but I do have dual citizenship. You know what I'm saying? To my motherland, which is Morocco, and I'm going to put it to you like this. You know, a lot of the brothers and sisters that do live here, you know what I'm saying, are not motivated to do the work that the other people would do. You know what I'm saying? And in the end of the day, you know, we have to realize and we have to weigh out our options. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said weed through who needs to go and who you can put through the system and who you give them, you know, a court date to be like, hey, look, man, you want to put in your paperwork? You know what I'm saying? You got to go through the process. Because if not, you're going to break up that chain of command, which is the authority of an example, a big company, you know what I'm saying? A big company is going to sit here and rely on what? The building management. The building management is going to rely on the landscaping. They're going to rely on the engineers. Well, guess what? Not all of them are documented. You know what I'm saying? And now when you need a light bulb in your office and the engineer ain't there to change it, you know what I'm saying? Now we got a problem. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm just stating in general, this is something that needs to be thought through and needs to be implemented with a plan. Not just like you said, just go nuke the nuke the Joker. You know what I'm saying? And then try to clean it up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, I'm with you though. I'm with you on that. But I just don't think it's going to work that way. If we think about it and plan it, people going to be hiding. People going to be, you know, ducking and dodging. They not going to be able to be found at that time. When it's a surprise blitz, it's a whole different ball game than when you trying to straight, like, you know, strategize it. You know what I mean? And I'm with you. I know it's going to change certain things, right? But what's going to happen is it's going to force the pay rate to go up because it's a lot of people working for 12, 13, 14 hours an hour when the job should be getting paid $24 an hour. And niggas, they know the job is worth $24 an hour and they don't want to work for $13, $14 an hour, right? And the people that's here illegally, because they know in their country, they not going to be able to get paid no money at all. They going to go ahead and work for the $14 an hour and enjoy America.
You know, this is a good point because it's debatable. But you know, I'm going to point this out to you. You know what I'm saying? As yourself, I'm an entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? And we all rely on laborers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put it to you like this. I'm going to give you some facts, right? On my end of town, which is Northern Virginia, the Beltway. And I'm going to throw it to you like this. If anybody's ever tried to go get a laborer, let's just say from Home Depot or 7-Eleven, look, my G, if you don't throw them, let's say $200 minimum for that day, they're not hopping in that truck. You see what I'm saying? But if you do, you know, $200, you like, damn, that's, man, I wasn't expecting to pay that. I'll throw them $100. Nah, they request some high ass numbers, but they give you that high ass work. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, as an example, let's say we got rid of these laborers. As an example, right? Now, Home Depot empty, 7-Eleven is empty. Who are we gonna go get the labor from? You know what I'm saying? I'm putting it to you like this: you ain't gonna have Tyrone, Jack, or Chris hanging around the corner talking about, "Hey, I'll do it." And if you do, that cat is gonna have some kind of he ain't gonna do the work how he's supposed to because he's gonna be high, or he's gonna have some kind of plan where he gonna grab the bread from you. You know what I'm saying? And then roll out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just telling you how it works and how I see it because I live outside of the DC area and I've seen it all. I culture-wise, it's like New York here. But in the end of the day, yes, you implement this plan in certain cities and certain communities that you'll see. You'll be like, oh yeah, you can tell this. For example, this housing project, they ain't worth a damn. 90% of them stay at home. You know what I'm saying? And 80% of them are illegal. So yeah, we'll do a sweep here, you know what I'm saying? But the ones that you see that are actually going to work at 6 a.m. and trying to do something right, you know what I'm saying? Those are the ones you be like, I'm gonna leave those for the back burner. You know what I'm saying? You do some intelligence work. You don't just come through with a big ass paddy wagon and just start slamming them inside the truck. I mean, that's just what I think and how it should, how it should be planned out, instead of just cutting everybody off. You know what I'm saying? And then everybody's trying, like, as an example, everybody knows Florida. You know what I'm saying? I want people to look at Florida and see these housing communities that are stopped. I'm talking about construction that ain't going nowhere, homie. A whole townhouse community is stopped getting built because they don't have any employees to build them. They don't have any laborers. You know what I'm saying? Go try to get them other boys that want to work for, like you said, for $25 an hour. Ain't nobody gonna do that shit. They're like, hell no, I ain't sitting in that sun, even for $25 an hour all day burning up. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather be in my office or making content. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what it is, homie. You know what I'm saying? This is what I know, and this is what I've seen, in the real estate market and what I do. But to each their own. I'm just telling you my portion of the story and what I see and how I think, it should be thought out. That's all.
And listen, man, I understand where you coming from, man, but it's just, I guess they didn't feel it was going to be that way. The president did what he did. I can't control what the president do. He pushed the line the way he want to push the line, but before he got elected, he said he was going to do it. I guess people thought he was capping though. Sometimes people think that because all of these presidents that we've had in the past, they get up there saying certain shit and then they don't do it. Man, Trump, everything Trump say he going to do, if it's, whereas though he signed the order himself and don't care what nobody else say and deal with the consequences later, he going to do it.
I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what he says is getting done, but the way it should be implemented are two different things. You know what I'm saying? I think his workers are going upon it a little bit sloppy. That's just my thoughts about it, man. You know what I'm saying? But in the end of the day, once we start, since you're saying this, and I'm gonna bring this up to you, has the price of eggs changed, as everybody was crying about? Has anything changed in the grocery store? No. None of that shit has changed. Actually, it's gotten higher because of our workforce. And I want people to do research on that. And that's a fact, homie. You know what I'm saying? Certain things that we sit here and talk about and they throw in our face, just like these people sitting here protesting, man, we need to see what's going on with our pocketbooks and how it's affecting us. And what is affecting us is inflation is technically still in effect, and it's even only gotten higher. You know what I'm saying? And that's because of labor. You can go over to McDonald's, and I guarantee you, McDonald's number one meal, the Big Mac meal, is more than it was last year at this time, homie. You know what I'm saying? And that's just because of supply and demand. Ain't shit changing money wise. It's just a bunch of chaos that they're throwing in front of us, that's blinding us, with the real truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what I know and what I see. That's all.
And listen, man, I appreciate the opinion, my brother, and I appreciate you saying what you know. You called in. This, we got to have these kind of conversations. Some people will be like, they disagree that I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm like, listen, you can call in and say your opinion too. It ain't just about my opinion. It's about everybody's opinion. This is what I give the platform for.
And that's exactly how it should be, a civilized discussion and communication between two grown adults. But in the end of the day, it's always going to be, a difference of opinion. But good ideas come out of that. You see what I'm saying? Regardless.
I agree.
But facts, homie, you know what I'm saying? Keep up the good work, man. Do what you do. Salute to you in your chat. I'm going to go ahead and roll out. But yeah, man, let's see everybody else's thoughts about it. I would love to hear it.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Yeah. And let homeboy know, French Montana is my second cousin.
Okay.
When you chat, you thought I'm dead. I'm not even bullshitting you. But anyway, that's not here and there. I'll catch up with you later.
I appreciate it, bro.
All right, one.
All right. Yeah, man. Listen, this is what this is for, y'all. If you got a different opinion from me, right, you can call in and say your opinion. This is what the platform is for everybody to have their own opinion. That's all. I'm giving everybody a voice. Whereas though you can have your opinion, say how you feel, straight up, don't be shy. This ain't for you to be shy. This is for you to come up out of your skin and be able to say how you feel. Let me see if this caller wanna talk, because I had a caller just call in. Hold on. Yeah, let's check on this caller. This what the platform for, though. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
What's going on with it, man?
What's goody?
Man, you're a good brother, man. I'm just saying that you're a good brother, but the way you exposing this damn deportation shit, that's foul.
Talk to me. Tell me how you feel about it, brother. That's what it's here for.
Right, but the reason why I feel about this is that you wanted to stand up kings in this podcast industry, right? But then you backpedal and say, okay, this is what needs to be done. No, you was in that position before too. Everyone has been in that position before too. As much as blacks and amongst us Puerto Ricans or Mexicans or whoever you want to call it, right? But come on, man. I respect you, dude. Come on, man. You know that.
So you gotta tell me what you're saying though. Like this is for you to get it out. Tell me how you feel. Express yourself. This will be here for. Talk to me.
Okay, this is the reason why I text you and stuff like that. It's like, damn, I know my homeboy ain't doing this. You basically don't get on no whack 100 shit.
Come on, man. Stop that.
You
Now stop that.
You compromise. No, hold on. You compromising with the motherfucking enemy, and they telling you to do this shit. That's what I'm thinking to myself, because there's no way in hell that you could see people getting separated from their families, and you think it's okay. They did that to us a long time ago.
But this ain't got nothing to do with black folk, though.
And I agree with you on that, but it has to do with human beings, though.
Nah, this ain't got nothing to do with black folk. I said
human beings.
But I ain't never seen them. Listen, I ain't never seen a Mexican come to the aid of a black person.
Okay. But I agree with you on that point, because I've been hollering at my homeboys about the same situation.
You hear me? Listen. I want to tell you something else, right, bro? And I'm gonna keep it real with you, right? In the streets, right?
Right.
Mexicans, they don't serve black people to work. They serve Spanish people to work, so black people can get the work from the Spanish people. They don't deal with black people directly. You know that, right?
Right. But you got to understand this part. Seem like you from the East Coast and the West Coast is different. Black folks and Mexicans, there's beef. Of course there's beef, but it's all about business at the same goddamn time. It's anywhere you go. Ain't no white person gonna say, hey, SVG, come on, TV, come on, let's go, come over here and make a business with me, right? They're not gonna do that unless you have your shit together. It's the same wherever you go. It ain't got nothing to do with, come on, man.
I'm just saying, bro. And listen, the Mexicans, they come over here with the work. They got the bricks, straight up. They are not delivering them straight to black people. They are delivering them to the Spanish people, and the Spanish people are giving them to the black people. They are not dealing with black people directly.
But we don't need those bricks, because we already have the bricks. We already had this whole damn nation. We've been here since day goddamn one. We don't need their bricks. Only thing I'm saying is I'm talking about humanity, man. I'm talking about, hey, if a motherfucker person get deported, and the motherfucking they raiding motherfucking elementary schools and raiding high schools and raiding. Now I can understand if you're going after the motherfucking gang members. I can understand that part. I can understand that totally. But if you're going after a motherfucker that's trying to motherfucking build your next house that you want to get built next week, come on, man, that's out of line. And you know it, cause I'm pretty sure that when you was in the motherfucking in the hustle game, and everybody in the hustle game that got an essay that cut their yard for cheaper for anybody else. So why did you use him if you don't want to use that?
Now they got Mexican people that do some work for you for cheaper, yeah. But then they got.
But you want to use it, but you say I'm gonna throw them away when I want to throw them away.
But they got legit Mexican. They got legit Mexican people that are doing the work for cheaper as well. Cause I know Mexican people that do tile work, that do granite work.
I'm not talking about I ain't talking about the criminals. I'm talking about the legit. They just rounded up anybody that looks like they're Mexican.
Nah, they taking people back. The paperwork ain't right, bro. They not taking you back.
How they gonna figure that out? Come on, man.
Because listen, I'm gonna tell. Did you know what they did? This is what they did. See, it was a couple years ago, right? And people didn't pay attention to the move, right? It was probably like, I'm gonna say maybe like 5 years ago, something like that. They said everybody that was here illegal, you can go out and get an ID, right?
Right.
And they let them all go out from.
Yeah, that was a setup.
You see, now listen. Now this is what they did. They give them the ID. They got their ID. Boom. That made it identify where you was located. They didn't understand that. So now when Trump put this pressure down on what he's putting the pressure down, this is how they're able to go to these places where these people are at, because they got these IDs that the government said y'all can be here illegal and go get the ID. So it was just identifying where you at.
But you can see how that's fugazi, right? Because it's like, okay, you said I can get this ID. You said I can work in your country for legal purposes, and I'm making money for your country. I'm paying taxes. I'm picking these motherfucking strawberries. I'm picking every goddamn thing. And now you gonna come and get me? Come on, man.
Hey, listen, but I'm not the president, right? So you got to understand that.
I'm not saying you are, but you see how that's fucked up. That's a setup from the motherfucking gate, man.
But it's like that. This is how life is. Your own homie will do that to you, though. Your own homie will put you in a position to rob you.
I agree with you about that, but that's why I try to stick with humanitarians, man. Somebody that has some type of feelings about somebody's bones and somebody baby crying about. I understand that, but they did it to us, and people don't. I don't give a fuck the messages they give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck if white people that give a fuck about us about that terror. But I understand how we are as a people. We don't get down like that, and that's what's about to happen in this world. Why you think these hurricanes and tornadoes about to happen? Because this world is evil, nigga. This world is evil.
I agree that the world is evil.
When someone accepts evil, then the wrath is coming to them too.
I agree that the world is evil, right? You got to stay in your lane. That's the only thing. You can't save the world. You got to stay in your lane. And from me seeing certain things, I know where the fire is hot at. I ain't going over there. I'm not going out there repping for nobody.
Hey, that's why I followed you ever since you started, nigga. That's ever since you started. I've been following you. But when you start saying that shit today, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, did that nigga whack get in this nigga ear? What the fuck?
Come on, man. Can't nobody do that. It's like I'm not gonna always be right to everybody, right?
No. But you always right to everybody to when you do your shit. But when that shit was off balance, you come on, man.
I'm just saying
you got more people than me that's commenting on the shit.
Listen, and I'm understanding that everybody's not going to agree with me on everything. It's like we can agree to disagree. You can have how you look at something, but I'm just saying with this right here, I know how it go. Certain people don't like black people. You understand what I'm saying? And it's all good. And
nobody likes us, but you got to realize this. We've been here since the beginning. We would never leave this earth. Black people would never leave this earth. The Mexicans, the Asians, the Japanese, the Chinese, they can all come on this earth, but we are to the soil. But we don't. That doesn't mean we got to do wrong to everybody. Come on, man.
I'm not the police though. I ain't the police, or I ain't the president.
With the police and that's going on.
Man, listen, what you want me to do? Get out there and protest with them?
No, I'm not. I agree with you on that. I'm not getting out there and protesting. I'm not doing that. But I'm saying your platform is blowing the fuck up, right? Your platform is blowing the fuck up, and for you to stand with the people that listen to you, they are Puerto Ricans, they are Mexicans, they are blacks, they are motherfucking. Other than motherfucking the people that want to disregard you, you know what I'm saying? But when that happens, come on, man, come on.
Hey, listen, man. All I'm saying, right, is they doing whatever they doing, and if they want to clean it up, they gonna clean it up. It's like I can't do nothing about it. I can sit here and say,
I agree with you. Did you hear what you just said? If they want to do something about it, they want to do something about it. Come on, man. But you're helping them do something about it. Don't even participate in that bullshit that they're trying to feed at you and say, "Oh, get them." No, we don't do that.
Man, listen, I ain't participating in nothing because I ain't out there protesting.
You just vouch for it.
I'm on here saying, if you are here illegally, then listen.
They here illegally. We, like I said before, remember I said it? We have been here. They're here illegally. The motherfucking government the motherfuckers is making these sanctions and bringing in military, they're here illegally. So what are you gonna do about that? Are you gonna talk about that?
Man, listen, whoever's here illegally, let them handle it. They not messing with black people for being here illegally. What that got to do with me?
But listen, see. Black people like I said before, black people has been here, right? Since day one, since the sun has raised in this damn earth. So where did these white folks come from that's bringing down this damn laws that's saying we don't want these people in our damn country?
You said, where is the white people? What? Say that again.
I'm saying we've been here since the sun has been on this damn earth. Black people. Right? Black people. But you sitting there saying, I'm gonna listen to a government full of white people that said, oh, we bring down the laws, we bring down the rules of this damn land. No, that's not gonna happen no more, man. It's all gonna be finished with. It's all gonna be finished with, and everyone knows it. They can't continue to bull guard nobody no more. They can't continue to do that.
Man, I'm telling you, why Trump in there, all that shit, that soft shit they've been doing before, Trump ain't having it, man. It's a lot of soft shit.
I agree with you on that.
It's a lot of soft shit that been going on in the country. Trump is not doing nothing soft. Nothing. I don't see nothing soft. If he feel like they taking him for being soft, he going at him.
Right. I agree. I mean that's what every leader of any country would do. I agree with you on that, but I'm just saying. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Lord?
Yeah.
So what would the Lord say in the situation?
And the Lord say in the situation, listen.
Hold on. No, answer it.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna say it like this. I can't tell you.
Hold on. Answer it truthfully and honestly. What would the Lord do in this situation when you got babies in elementary schools and everybody getting raided? They're not going after the gang members. They're not going after the true gang members.
So you trying to use the Lord in this though. You try to use the Lord. You do it like try to use the Lord. You try to use the Lord. Hold on. You try to use the Lord. Cut that out. But I'm saying.
I'm just saying. You say you do. You believe in him. So what would he do?
Hey, listen. My personal relationship with the Lord.
We backpedaling again.
My personal relationship with the Lord might be different from the people that's out there.
Different. It's not different. I know. I've been listening to you too damn long to know that it's not different. I know it's not different. I know that you got a heart. I know that you got a soul. I know that you got kindness in your heart. I know that. So you can't tell me it's going to be different. If the Lord came down here right goddamn now, you said you're going to be still with Trump?
If the Lord came down here right now, that ain't got nothing to do with me though. You saying what I'm seeing out there, that ain't got nothing to do with me. That ain't got nothing to do with me at all. I can't go out there and insert myself in what.
I agree with you on that. Don't. Of course, I encourage every black man to insert themselves with whatever's going on. But we still have to have some type of understanding and say, hey, this still ain't right. Not having a platform and said, oh, yeah, get their ass out of here. Come on, man.
If I'm saying that this ain't right, and I go to bat for the people out there that's getting deported, right? And I go ask them for help and they turn their back on me, I'm feeling some type way about it. So
I'm from the streets too. So we both had our backs turned off on the same motherfuckers that's telling us to turn the backs on them. So what are you talking about?
All I'm saying is that's their stuff.
You went through the streets. So soon as that motherfucking white man tell you to go against their back on them motherfuckers, you gonna agree with it when they try to lock your ass up?
I'm not agreeing with. I'm going to war. If I gotta go to war, I'm going to war.
So what do you think they're doing?
What you say?
What do you think they're doing right now? They're going to war, right? They're not putting up with it. They can't handle it, right?
But they got illegal situations. When I gotta fight a case, right? And I'm fighting my case. If I'm gonna go to war, I gotta go to war for my case. They gotta go to war for their case. That's something that they gotta deal with. They dealing with a non-beatable case. I'm fighting case with them people that I feel I gotta win. I got a due process. They don't have a due process being here illegally.
Check this out. How's it a non-beatable case when these motherfuckers is trying these motherfuckers for a non-beatable case and they're not from here either?
You said they're trying who for a non-beatable case?
I'm talking about you said the deportation. You said they fighting a non-beatable case, right?
A non-beatable case. Your paperwork ain't right.
Who is the motherfuckers that's prosecuting them? They're not from here, so how can they put them on trial? We are from this land. No one can take us from our land, man.
No, you saying the people over there. You saying they from this land? You saying the people that's being deported is from this land?
Okay, check this out. You heard of Santa Ana, California?
Okay.
You heard of San Diego?
Yeah.
Is that in the United States?
Yeah.
That used to be Mexico. So I don't understand where people are not understanding this part. That's all Mexican territory. So if they come over here and claim they goddamn land, who is you for anyone to say you should not be over here because you're illegal? What?
Hey, listen. Whenever they divided it,
no,
and they took possession.
No, say there you go.
But whenever they stole
it. Say whenever they stole it.
Well, whenever they stole it, you want to say it like that. Whenever they stole it or whatever they did, they took possession of it. They should understand. Hold on, I can't mess around. See what happens with the human mind, right? When certain things are enforced, they still think that I'm gonna do it my way, and then when things don't go your way, you want to gripe about it. You gotta go with the program.
It's not griping about it. It's not griping about it. I promise you. It's like this. Why you think they controlled the world since 1492? Because they were willing to kill. We want to invite everyone to the barbecues. We want to invite everyone to our podcast. We want to invite everyone to the motherfucking skating rink. We want to invite everyone to the motherfucking boogaloo. Come on, man. That's how it started.
Okay.
That's how it started. So what you really said is like, oh, they gave up their citizenship, so that's their damn fault. No, it was theirs in the first place, just like it's ours right now. That's the reason why they can never take black people off this land, because they know we've been here. They know we've been here.
Man, I was born here. If you black,
they're trying to do it to the essays right now because they saying let's make a motherfucking example to see if these black people get scared.
If they born in another country, right?
No, see,
if I was black, right, and I'm born in another country, they ain't hearing that shit. My whole family could be. Listen, so now say this, right? If I was born, if my mom was pregnant with me.
I love you, brother. I love you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I love this conversation. Go ahead.
If my mom was born pregnant with me and I was born in another country, that's where I'm from. It ain't no, oh, my family's over here and this is where I'm from and this is my land. Nigga, you was born over there.
Okay, but here's the difference. You got to understand that. If your mother was born, like say if your mother was born somewhere and she brought you here, right? And you've been my homie since motherfucking second grade, nigga, and they come and get you, nigga, I got a problem with that.
Now listen, that's something they gotta deal with.
No, it's not something different. It's happening. It's happening.
That's what they gotta deal with. They gotta get their paperwork. Now listen, hold up. Now, if you've been my homie since second grade and I'm here, why the hell haven't you went and got your damn paperwork right?
Why did they do it?
That's what the problem is. They didn't get their paperwork right.
Why did the people that's cuffing you do it before you did it?
You said why didn't the people what?
That's cuffing you, that's handcuffing you, do it first. They just came over here and took. You know the United States is take.
Listen, I'm with you on that. But if you here, right, and you know you here illegal, why wouldn't you work to get your paperwork right? Why are you gonna just sit here, right? Go to work on these jobs, work for $14 an hour, while the job is really worth $24. Don't pay no taxes on the shit, right? And don't get your paperwork right and say, man, I'm living La Vida Loca. When they catch me, they catch me. Adios, amigo.
But they pay. That's misconstrued information. Yeah, a lot of them don't. A lot of them do though. So for anyone to say, okay, I'm gonna go into the city of Los Angeles and just deplete the whole. I mean, everyone knows it. Everyone knows it in the world, man. It ain't no such thing as. I mean, where are we gonna get our hard labor from? Name me one.
I understand some of the Mexicans work real hard. I understand that.
Oh, no, you understand that, but
I understand that.
So where's it coming from? Where's it going to come from?
Hey, listen, people gonna have to get off their ass.
Oh, so you gonna put niggas back out there in the cotton fields? That's what you gonna do.
Listen, I don't know what nigga gonna do. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go get her. I'm gonna put it together. You hear me? Listen, I'm gonna put mine together. That's just how I do.
I feel you.
You know what I'm saying? So I can't say what everybody else gonna do. I'm gonna get mine by any means necessary. I'm a go getter. So I don't know, but the program that they going through, I ain't got nothing to do with it. If they hear illegal, they better get their damn paperwork right.
I mean, shit. There's no such thing as illegal when motherfuckers don't own no part of the land in the world.
You say that again?
That's where I was raised. I'm part of the Moors. I mean, there's no such thing as far as any person owning the United States, any person telling you what to do, I mean, if you over here and you working, you're a good citizen, you're a good citizen. That has no bearing on if you legal or not. That has nothing to do with nothing.
Man, that's their laws, though. I can't control their laws.
You went back to it. That's their laws.
I can't control their laws.
How can they make up those laws?
Man, that's because they made it up.
They're not from here either.
Listen, I'm just living in the damn planet, right? On this little bit of broad time that they give us, right? I'm just living in the planet.
Where's Donald Trump wife from?
You know, but she here legal, though. We know she ain't from here, but she here legal.
Why he ain't deported yet?
Because she here legal, man.
I see. Is that right?
Come on, man. You know, listen, she got her paperwork right.
Man.
You know that. If she
It's like if you snitch on a nigga in the motherfucking trial, she got immunity, nigga. It's the same goddamn thing. That's how these white folks get over.
Hey yo,
Man, what every motherfucking white person that took over this damn country has got immunity. And them niggas fall for it because they just think they talking right. No, they're not talking right. This is our land. They understand it's the black land, and all the Indians that got all that straight hair. No, we the real Indians, nigga. Come on, man. Think about it.
Hey.
We from this. Google how long has black people been on this goddamn earth, and then Google white people, and then see the math on that.
Listen, I'm with you, man. They just got to get their paperwork right. That's all I'm saying, bro. Get their paperwork right, man. I got to get my shit right. If I ain't got it right, they on my ass. So they got to get it right.
Right, but but the thing is about it is that the laws of land does not constitute that. The papers, you keep talking about papers. Let me see your driver's license. Let me see your registration. That's not the laws of the goddamn land.
Man, that's the laws of the land that they making us have, bro.
No, but
you can say it.
That's not the laws of the land, though. You know that.
You can say, right? You can say it. You can say it.
No, you can say it too because you read some books about it. No, you know.
Hey, listen.
That's not the laws of the land for them to say, hey, give me your license registration and pull me over for nothing else. They are supposed to control buildings. They're not supposed to control the streets. Nigga, come on, man.
Man, listen, bro. They got this shit set up the way they want it set up, bro. And if you don't go with the program, they gonna step on you. You can have, listen, because I had a cousin, right? He was talking that shit, right? I ain't gonna lie. This shit was funny as a motherfucker, right? Like, I was crying. He started talking all this shit. Yo, I don't need no car insurance. I don't need no license.
No, I got all that. I agree with
But now, let me tell you, he started talking all this shit, right? Man, they locked this dumb ass up, right? Yo, he got in the courtroom talking that shit to the judge. Man, they locked his dumb ass up.
The sovereign city, yeah, that it'll get him, but I mean, he's speaking facts. Is that they're not gonna. I'm telling you, it's over with, man. The sun is beaming. That you see crazy shit in the air. The mothership is coming down, man. I don't know what other people is thinking about. I mean, it may not be in my lifetime, might be in your lifetime, might be in my kids' lifetime, but it's all coming into fruition, man. They can't do this shit forever to just say, I'm just going to take over some, man, and just, you know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, just think about what's going on in the world today. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I'm saying.
I appreciate you, my brother.
Yeah.
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from.
Hey, man, that's your boy Kenny. Said K put a K in front of him. Said that's me. I'm calling out of Houston. These niggas is not finna sit up here and jump you like this, my nigga.
Man, talk to me, brother. Listen, this is a platform where everybody got a voice, man. I'm going to have my opinion. Everybody going to have their own opinion.
No, if you're an illegal immigrant, the key word is illegal.
Talk to me, all right? You said they illegal, and that's how you feel about it.
Dog, these motherfuckers sit over here, they had decades to get their paperwork right. Why they didn't do it?
Silent.
They thought they had it all sweet.
Hey, listen, I agree with that.
I'm like, God damn it. You getting your ass, dog. No other country lets people overstay their visas or they will go to jail.
I agree with that. And we shouldn't have let people do it either. But, you know, some people think that we should.
Man, fuck all that. They talking about splitting families up. Family and child support court split fathers from their kids daily.
Bingo.
Especially black men.
Hold on, I gotta hit the horn for that one, bro. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck all that.
I gotta hit the horn for that. I had to hit the horn. I hit the horn in weeks. I had to hit
Dog,
the
I'm
horn for
not
that.
finna sit up here and let these motherfuckers sit up here and act like they don't know what it is. I'm like, black fathers get taken away from their kids daily in child support and family courts, but they talk about these illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
I'm not going for that, dog.
I'm with you on that.
You're here illegally. What the fuck about illegal don't people get? I'm just asking you. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm with you. Listen, if
the first word is illegal.
If you hear illegal, that's your ass. Now get your paperwork right. If you got your paperwork right, then that's a different story.
And look, dog, they've been here 15, 20 years. So you didn't get your paperwork right when you came over here?
Had no concern about getting it right.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. You had no concern about getting your paperwork right. But then you want people to feel bad for you. And then you fly your goddamn flag over here and then burning ours.
And then burn the American flag.
Am I missing something, dog? Like, am I really missing something?
Hey, listen.
Why they ain't got that kind of energy in their country?
I mean,
if you
I got
so
somebody in
proud
the
of
chat.
your goddamn country, go the fuck back.
Understandable. Now, that there, I agree with that. But I got somebody in the chat saying it ain't that easy for them to get the paperwork. What you think about that?
I don't give a fuck about if it's that easy. I'm not trying to go where you at. You trying to fight to be over here. Don't wipe your ass with an American flag and burn it and then fly yours.
Okay.
That's where I'm at with it.
Okay.
I'm okay with talking to anybody that disagree with what I'm saying.
Hey, listen, I'm giving you the voice. You got people, they listening to you now. It's people listening to you that disagree with you.
First of all, thank you for taking my call. Thank you.
I appreciate you calling in.
I appreciate your platform, man. Your voice. You know what I mean?
Appreciate you calling in, man. That's why I give everybody a voice, you know? The
I
people
would appreciate anybody get up here that disagree with what I'm saying.
This
I
what
would
it's
give
for.
them that smoke.
This what it's for, brother. You know what I mean? I appreciate you calling in with your opinion, and you definitely touched some key points.
I don't agree with nobody in another country flying your flag, and you here illegally. And then have the nerve to talk shit. What? Like, what am I missing, dog? Like, what am I missing?
I got you on this one.
Hey, I want to hear what the other callers want to say. Nigga, I would sit up and talk to anybody that's disregarding what I'm saying because these people are some ungrateful motherfuckers. And they are not in their country talking that shit or flying their flag. Because I've yet to see a Mexican fly their flag in Mexico without them getting bombed.
It get messy.
Am I missing something?
It get messy.
I've yet to see a Palestinian fly their flag in Palestine and not get bombed. I've yet to see a Jew over in Israel and not get bombed. Flying that fucking flag. Am I missing something?
You know it ain't gonna go like that. But they want to come
over here and bring their bullshit over here. Take your ass back to the crib, man. Why are these motherfuckers so irritated by going back home? But they talking down. You know what I mean? Can you explain that to me? Or am I missing something? These motherfuckers so... Oh, my bad, dog. emotional about this shit. I'm like, goddamn.
Hey,
They
listen, I let you cook. You know what I mean? I let the people cook. It's an open platform. You hear me? Everybody got an opinion. It ain't gotta be one-sided around here. You got your opinion. Everybody else got theirs. When we talking about topics, I'm letting it rock.
Hey, why are these people so afraid to go back home? I'm asking you.
Hey, listen, you asking the wrong person. I'm here. I'm home. What are you talking about?
Hey, look, I can tell you why they scared to go back home, because they own some bullshit. They homeland ain't shit. And then they come over here to America, talk down on FBAs, and then they talk down on everybody that's American, white, black, and everybody that done got their citizenship the right way. But these motherfuckers don't understand. Your great-grandparents are not legal. And then when you jump your dumb ass out there on the freeway in Cali with your Mexican flag burning the American flag, your great-grandparents, all that generation is getting kicked the fuck out. You're not legal. Or am I missing something? Or, like, what am I missing? We let you make it, but then you not checking them motherfuckers type thing. You know what I mean? Am I missing something, or am I missing something?
Did you get it all out, bro?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, listen,
but
I appreciate you.
Am I missing something? I got more to say, but
man,
I'm
listen,
just saying,
I appreciate you.
Something?
I appreciate you calling in. We're gonna take this next call. Stay locked in. I appreciate you.
Okay, well, look, save my number, goddammit, and call me back if a motherfucker got a problem with what the fuck I just said.
I got
because
you.
It's true.
Stay locked in. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. Hey, you gotta take me off speaker, bro.
Hold on. I'm at work. What's going on, Daisy?
What's going on, my guy?
Not much, man. Listen, man. A lot of these people on here that's talking about something. We should stand up for these Mexicans, man. Don't nobody stand up for us at all. You know what I'm saying? And before I stand up for anybody else, I gotta stand up for us. We come first. This is our land. We had this land first. We should stand for each other. Stop worrying about these illegals. If you come here illegally and you pay your taxes, everything is good. You feel me? But if you come here illegally, which a lot of them are criminals, that's why they running over here, because they don't want to get locked up over there in their countries. So they come here under the Biden administration seeking asylum so they can go ahead and push this narrative so they can have them. What the whole plan was to get them in here during the 2020, 21, all the way up until Biden got out of office, right? Their whole agenda was to bring all these illegals in here. Once you're here for 5 years, you could then become a voter. So then it was going to take those illegals and make them vote and replace us, because we ain't for the ball crap no more. We not falling for that stuff they was pushing over the years. We woke up and decided we ain't having that. So now they got to find somebody else that they can rock to sleep and get them to push their agendas. So they use these illegals or bring these illegals over here and give them citizenship so they can vote for them. You see what I'm saying? So now Trump is here. Go back home. I'm sorry. Simple as that. See you. I mean, it was nice to know you. Nice to see you. Because everybody in here talk about illegals, but they exploit these illegals anyway. Why? Because they can't go back and call the police or nothing like that, because they hear illegal. So that's why they love illegals. And all these tethers that you have on your phone talking all this, we should stand and all that for them. Man, listen, I don't know what they smoking this morning, man. That backyard baby they smoking, man. Come on, man. They need to leave that stuff alone. So at the end of the day, don't nobody stand for us, but us. So I ain't worried about no illegal that's here, period. You see what I'm saying? I ain't worried about none of them. I mean, I'm going fast. I'm at work. So I'm trying to hurry up and get my point across.
Gotcha.
So I can get back to the show. But yeah, man, they need to just go home. like that last caller said, you can't go nowhere in no other country and stay there past your time. They're gonna lock you up. So just go home. All this crap, they going to graduations, they going to funerals and all that. But one thing I do know, when the FBI got a warrant for you and they know you at a funeral, you think they're gonna wait till you go back home? They gonna come right and get you right then and there. It's been going on for years. I don't feel sorry for none of these illegals here. They don't pay taxes. They slide under the cracks. A lot of them are criminals, and they deserve to go right back home and face the consequences. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? Nice to meet you, but it is what it is. This is our land. This ain't no Mexican land. California is not Mexico. So I don't know why people keep pushing that narrative. That ain't got nothing to do with Mexico. All that crap they learned in school, because where they got it from the school is, that was the Spaniards owned that. No, that was owned by us, the indigenous that's in this land, which is the copper-colored people. We own it. We frequent this whole continent. So all these states and everything, we had that, not them. So all that, they own California, they don't own nothing. They don't even own, you know what I'm saying, Mexico. If you want to think about it, let's keep it real. We are the original man, the copper-colored man. So we was on everywhere before all of these, other races came along. So let's get technical about that. So at the end of the day, all this, we should help them. No, help us. Because ain't nobody helping us. I ain't helping them. You see what I'm saying? I work at the airport. I see a bunch of them coming here all the time, right? They come here all the time, and they go to their country frequently, right? I just seen a dude yesterday came to this airport, and he got picked up by ICE because he was trying to flee. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't feel sorry for none of them. That's real talk, man. All these tethers you got on here, they need to go back to Morocco and all that, man. Let them go to Morocco and let Morocco teach and see what Morocco say to them. You see what I'm saying? Over here in America, this is our land. Not no foreigners or none of that. If you here illegally, go home. See you later. Feel me?
Man, I appreciate you calling in, bro.
All right, man. I had to get that off because I'm at work right now, so I'm gonna be in the comments.
That's all it is, man. I appreciate you, bro.
All right. Stay safe, bro.
Yes, sir. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show.
Yeah. What's up, G? Hey, look, man, I need to go ahead and answer homeboy over there that's carrying the luggage and picking up the bags, and he's mad about working overnight, packing the planes. So real quick, let me break this down real quick, man. So there's facts and then there's assumptions. The assumption is that illegals are coming in here illegally. Okay? No, a lot of them came in here legally. They just didn't have the proper documentation in time to go ahead and move forward. That's not here or there. That's just a different conversation. I'm not worried about them people, and I'm not standing up for nobody. I'm just stating facts. So the fact of the matter is, most of the foreigners that do come to this country and that do their due diligence and get their paperwork right are more successful than 90% of American-born citizens that are here in this country. You see what I'm saying? How many junkies do you see that are foreigners on the street? Rare to slim to none. You see black and white junkies on the street. You don't see no Indian junkie. You don't see no Chinese junkie. You don't see no German junkie. You see what I'm saying? Let's break down the real. You know what I'm saying? So let me keep going with this, so that way your people understand how the economy works. Now, see, Italy. Let's say this is a fact. Italy, Spain. We can go down the list of the European nations that depend on the euro. So all those countries, guess what? They've been in a recession. The only thing that's holding them up is Germany, because they're in the European Union. And the reason why they're in a recession is because they closed their borders and stopped having immigrants come in. Once they did that, their countries went into a recession. My man, let me tell you something. I'm an American citizen. I've traveled the world, and I'm not talking about traveling from here to the key to the West Indies down under Florida. I'm talking about, man, I've traveled Europe, I've traveled Asia, and I bought my own tickets, and I've seen the world, homie. You know what I'm saying? And let me put it to you like this. The recession occurs because of the economy. If there is no turning over of spending, because believe it or not, foreigners spend. They invest into a country. You see what I'm saying? They help the infrastructure. And then that's what keeps the money revolving. But when you don't have anybody spending, as blacks, they spend, right? We are the biggest consumers in the American market. We buy shoes, we buy TVs, we buy cars, we buy everything. I guarantee you, if they shut that shit down, it ain't happening. Well, guess what? Foreigners do the same thing. They spend money. They spend big bucks, but they also invest smartly. You see what I'm saying? They own 7-Elevens. They own community stores. They have IT companies. See, this is what people forget to see. They say Mexicans as a whole of Central America. Listen, I don't give a fuck about no Central America. I'm talking about the world and the globe as a whole. You see what I'm saying? And the globe as a whole, anybody could be an immigrant when they're coming into this country. And that's my point to you. I'm not standing up for nobody. I'm just proving facts. And if people keep on calling them Mexicans, Salvadorian, a Peruvian is not a Mexican, that's a Latino. So let them get their geographic mind straight. You know what I'm saying? Let them get the geographic map straight before they start talking shit about the people that are coming in and coming out. Yes, there are some bad seeds, but guess what? I guarantee you this, homie. Where do you find the bad ones slide through the cracks, and you don't see them getting locked up? You only see dudes that are in slacks, people that are in working uniforms getting locked up. Now, let's be real about that. You don't be seeing no gangster getting, like, you might see one. Oh, we caught a gangster that's tatted up, but the other 2,000 people they done locked up are actually working people, man. You know what I'm saying? So let's get to that point. You know what I'm saying? So that's just one of the things I want to say, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you speak, because that shit got me a little heated about what homeboy said here talking about illegals. Man, most of these dudes are lazy as shit, and they're just sitting in their fucking dirty ass 30-year-old couch that they got from their grandma, sitting here watching your show, and they talking shit. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, they don't even know where most of these countries are that these people are from. You see what I'm saying? I mean, dude, look. Let me tell you something. You seem like you got your shit together just from what I see, when I've spoken to you, and what your background presents, right? But in the end of the day, not everybody is like you and I. An entrepreneur, a person that's a go-getter. A lot of these jokers out here just they want to go get their Social Security. They want to get their disability. They want to go ahead and hustle a few $100s for the week so they can go get their bag, and they can sit down and puff and chill on the porch and watch cars. Oh, that's that shorty over there. I could have got at her. Nah, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you how you gonna get at her. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to get at a shorty like that. You gonna go meet a shorty that's better than that. That's a professional, and that's on top of her game. You see what I'm saying? And that's where you meet these people at, because you're gonna be educated and you're gonna be well rounded. You ain't gonna be sitting in the fucking airport talking about, oh, I saw a dude trying to sneak in here from ICE. Yeah, that's one dude that probably had an expired visa. You don't even know. For him to even catch a ticket, you have to have a visa to leave the airport. Dumbass, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't just like he just slipped in, bought a ticket and hopped in a plane and they kicked him out. Once he got here, yeah, they figured out, oh, your visa's expired, you need to roll back. Or he could have had a charge on him. But homeboy already had his papers in play for him to get this far. So, I mean, man, I'm sorry to keep on talking and be long-winded, but a lot of this shit I would cover just to educate some of these idiots that are just talking shit that don't know nothing about it. You know, it is what it is, man. But as far as all the Latinos go, that's on them. If they're here and they didn't get their documents straight, that's on them. I'm not standing up for nobody. I'm just talking about people as a whole. You know what I'm saying? People that are whole, that migrated to this country, is what made this country better. And homie, you need to go check out Morocco. Morocco is better than most of the shit that's down here now. You know what I'm saying? Just like Donald Trump says, our country is fucked up compared to a lot of the other countries across that water. You know what I'm saying? You need to go ahead and check that out before you start talking shit.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Hey, always.
Yes,
Later.
sir. Man, make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Hit that subscribe button. You know, this is why I give everybody an open platform to speak. You hear me? I give everybody an open platform. Y'all know how I rock. We going up. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Share this live. Y'all know I ain't playing no games. Facts. You know what I mean? I ain't playing no games. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button too. Share this live. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's popping?
Hey, baby, I'm just listening, sitting back listening. One of your callers asked you, what would the Lord do? The Lord tells you when you in Rome, do as the Romans. So when you in America, do as the Americans.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if he want to bring the Bible in, it says to submit yourself to the government. That if he's being a Bible bumper or a Bible thumper, I may be called one. I'm in church every Sunday, and it says in the Word, when you in Rome, do as the Romans, and that came from Jesus because it's printed in red. Any red that you see in that Bible, in the New Testament, that's Jesus talking. So that's point in fact one. The second one is they're saying you separating children from their parents. Their parents had the children so they could stay here illegally. Because what Donald Trump is doing is he's saying he's taking away land birthright away, meaning your mama and your daddy got together here in America, one or two of them were illegal, and they had the child, and the child keeps them here. Now, I'm not down in anyone, but Latin people that come here illegally will continually have children for 18 and 20 years straight so they can stay here based on that child. Now, if you coming across the border with children and stuff, and that's a strenuous travel, I'm sure it is. But how can I say this being sensitive? Let me say this. I understand, and this is factual, in every other country where you're born, that's what you are. So if you're born in Mexico, you're a Mexican. If you're born in Ecuador, you're an Ecuadorian. If you're born in Belize, you're a Belizean. Only in America do they put color on your birth certificate. You're white, you're black. If you're American Mexican, you're Mexican. They only do it in America. Every other country, you're based on where you're born. And if you want to be right, Latino people don't like dark-skinned Latinos. You got black people that live in Mexico, born there, and they black Mexicans. They don't like them. Mexicans and Latinos, they will put on a birth certificate that they white. They purposely link up with white people so their children can look more white. Because they believe in their eyes being white is a privilege. But if you don't like this country, or should I say, if you want to stay in this country, why are you tearing it up? Why are you repping your flag? The best thing you can do, since you don't know, the trick is to hide in plain sight. But you on the TV, shooting at the cops, burning their cars up, destroying people's property, and you don't think they not gonna come get you? What the mayor of LA, because every city got their own mayor. Now Karen Bass on TV talking about just because we didn't get you today don't mean we ain't going to get you tomorrow. Because she understands it's out of control now. When they could have did something, they didn't. Now we got a curfew. You got to be in the house between the hours of 8 and 6 a.m. 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. Because you're tearing up people's stuff. But what I will say is black people wasn't a part of that because you didn't hear about nobody getting killed from running in them stores. You got to stay home, black people. You got to stay home. And to the young men, no. All black men and women ain't lazy. We all ain't niggas. What the problem is when they open up the borders to let illegals come in, they dump them in our neighborhoods. I don't see them putting them up in Beverly Hills. They dump them in our neighborhoods where we're already dealing with inequality. They dump them in our neighborhoods. So what are we doing here? The point is they entered illegally. There's a proper way of going about it. You get your paperwork started before you come into America so you can come in with some paperwork and continue to get it completed and you become an established citizen. Most of us aren't saying that we don't want anyone to come here. We're just saying do it the right way. And if you hate being here so much, then go back where you came from. But there's no way that I'm going to take my child into an environment where I know I'm entering illegally. What happened with the $24 billion that California Gavin Newsom don't want to talk about? He used it for the illegals to house them, to give them Social Security, to give them welfare, to give them Medicaid, Medi-Cal. You go to the emergency room, and I can tell you because I have been going because of the diabetes I deal with. It takes you 24 hours, Mr. Deasy, or more just to get up in a room. You sit in the emergency room for 24 hours or more waiting for a room. They got people lined all up and down the hallways. And they're illegals. They don't turn them away. And I'm not saying they should. But there comes a point in time where you got to have some type of control. I'm going to say it again. If everybody is fighting to get into America, why do I want to leave? But I would like it to be ran right, and I would like my children to be able to live in this country and be profitable. It ain't that we don't want nothing as black people. They make it hard for us to get it, and that's why we go get us. And that's why we entrepreneurs. No, we all don't sit on our grandmama motherfucking couch, but we would like to inherit our grandmamas in them houses and continue to pay for it. Because the property taxes, you paying property taxes every year. Either you pay property taxes once a year or you pay them twice a year here in California. And I'm telling you, as I have been a property owner. But they tearing the city down for what reason? They gonna come get y'all and everybody that's around you. If they will open the jails up and let ICE go in the jails, they wouldn't have to come in your community. But since this is a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city, they won't open the jails up for ICE to go in and get the people that they need to get. So as Tom Homan told them, we're going to be in your communities now. And they don't like it. Now you got the National Guards here, and now you got the Marines coming. Now you finna deal with some real military people. And I hate to say it, it's our boys and girls, but we got inner terrorists, and now they have been deemed as terrorists, and they're gonna be treated as such. So they need to stay home. They need to clear the streets and don't have to make the streets be cleared. And the only country that was allowed here was Venezuela, because they were seeking asylum. They are your true asylum seekers. But then they let everybody else come in under asylum. That's why they're getting them out, because you're not from Venezuela. And Venezuela and them, they all started deporting themselves a year ago. So I'm gonna let you go and let somebody else speak. But like I said, I love that we have these hard conversations. And it doesn't mean that we can't disagree to agree. Right. And the agreement is that it's illegal entry. That's it, and that's all. But if you like them so much and you want to rock with them, let them come live in your house and don't charge them no rent. Don't make them go in on the gas bill, the light bill, and just tell them to stay in and stay low. But let them come live in your house. Take in as many as you can. Turn your rooms into a bed and bath and Airbnb. Let's see how much you love them. Put your money where your mouth is. I love you, baby. I respect you, and God bless you and everybody in the chat. And I respect everyone's opinion, as I hope they would mine.
Much love. I appreciate you calling in too.
All right, baby.
All right. Hey, yo, listen. This is a platform where everybody get a voice, right? So I don't want anybody to be offended by someone else's opinion. I respect everybody. If you disagree with something I say, it's okay, because I can disagree with something you say. But don't get offended. For real. If you got a problem with something, you can email me. You know, it's all love. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
This is Lisa. This is all over the place. I can't believe the things that I'm hearing.
Lisa, what's poppin'?
I'm glad we're having this conversation, because I want to bring a little bit of, hopefully, smoothness into this conversation. This is real interesting, but I want to first remind us that we have a lot of young Black men out here who have Hispanic children. Let me go back to what I saw on Thursday. I'm from LA.
Okay.
Supposedly, from what I'm hearing on the news, all of this started on Friday. I beg to differ. While on my way home and on my way to a graduation on Thursday, I'm driving through South Los Angeles, and immediately I hit my brakes, because I keep my eyes on the road, and I'm just looking at everything. There are unmarked cars and trucks coming from everywhere. And while they're coming, these people are attempting to get out of their cars. And when I looked over to my left, I saw that there was already a mass of people out, and they were in front of a humongous apartment building. But I will say this, because what I learned, let me just say this. When I saw that, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh my God, that's the cartel. I kid you not. And I am from the streets. But it was some of the most wicked shit I had ever seen in my life. Let me tell you what they're doing out here to people. This shit is kidnapped. They're not asking any questions. They're not rounding people up saying, let me see your identification. Are you from America? This is something that has to be figured out when your family has been looking for you for 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 days. They went into workplaces. They didn't go into the patio. They went, let me tell you where I saw them at. Let me tell you where I saw this at. It would have been, I kid you not, I'm just estimating, about 2,500 feet from a Home Depot. This is in front of an apartment building that had to be about 200 units. They were rushing to the people that were on the sidewalk. I saw a lady running. I'm slowing down because I'm looking like, what the hell's going on? Somebody need to see what's going on. But at the same time, there was way too much going on for me to be there. Let me just tell you how many. It was about 20 cars and about 40 agents. They're all dressed in military light garb. It was the army green and the tan khaki. And they had all military weapons, and the weapons were strapped to them, to the front of them. It was the craziest shit. I learned on Friday it was ICE. And this is what they have been going around doing. I didn't know that they were targeting the Home Depots. I didn't know that they targeted the garment district. This is sick. These are people that pay taxes, people that go to work all day. I wanted to tell your callers, and I want to make very, 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 very clear, the people that you see out there looting are not by any means the illegals. Do you honestly think that they're out there confronting LAPD, the sheriffs, the highway patrol, Homeland Security? Now they got the National Guard out here. It's all kinds of shit out here. Like, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. And I'm glad your one caller did make the separation. Spanish people are Hispanics. They are Latino. So there's different groups of Mexicans and, like they were saying, El Salvadorians and things like that. But I want to touch on something that's even better. Some of your callers are just stuck on this Mexican thing, this Mexican thing, this Mexican thing. Let me tell you something. I have a lot of friends. Personally, I am from the Barrio, but yeah, my best friends are Japanese. Yeah, they are. They absolutely are.
You said, where are you from?
I have friends that are African.
You said, where are you from?
I'm from the hood. I'm from West LA.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I called you before. I called and I spoke about Big U and Loose and I touched on Wax little thing a little bit. I called you before.
Okay.
I'm just here to speak the real. I'm the one that said before it's over, Big U's gonna have himself 60 indictments because that's what they're gonna give him because they're willing to play with him about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I wanted to make clear, getting back to this race thing, Mexicans are not the only ones coming over here illegally. They're not the only ones. And illegals don't only come through Mexico. Don't get it twisted.
Okay.
A lot of Asians, a lot of your Africans, they're going to make their way through Canada and straight up through Detroit or Illinois in Michigan or Chicago. They are targeting any and everybody. Do you think that if there's an African working in the downtown garment district, do you think they're going to separate him out and just take the Mexican people? Do you know they are picking people up? They are not asking questions. They picking people up, putting them in cars and just whisking them away. There was a group of people detained in the garment district the other day. A man, a full-grown ass man, is crying, saying that his children are at home. The wife was over in the crowd as well because she worked in the same building. Broke my heart. They got 6 girls. They got 6 girls. This ain't the way. This ain't the way at all.
And they took
this
the
ain't
guy.
The way at all. A lot of people, like those people right there that they detained, the father and the mom with the 6 girls, 9 times out of 10, they came over here legally. And it's just an overload of paperwork that keeps getting processed and they keep getting put behind and come back to your hearing. And let me make this clear too. On Friday morning, ICE went directly to the federal building downtown, right across the street from where Big U is living. They went right down there, and I kid you not, they were detaining people as they came from their court hearings.
Oh, they wasn't playing.
Right out the building. That's not the way. That's not the way. It's like just as dumb, right? As if we ride around, serving and stuff, and we using phone booths, which they far and few and don't exist. But then you got your boy over here. He on the internet. Who's making the smartest moves? Obviously, dude on the internet is gonna make more money than the dude running around trying to, use a beeper and get some money or whatever. You understand? Or running around even with a cell phone. He ain't gonna touch as many people as he would on the internet. This is not the way. This is not the way. This is not the way. And it is a shame for us. And it shocks me. I'm not going to say it's a shame, but it does shock me when I do hear my Black people speak about how, they don't belong here. They need to do this and they need to do that. I mean, it almost feels like, we're kind of glad, that we have a chance to point the finger. And that's not what's up. That's not what's up at all. I know plenty. I am a Black woman who has a granddaughter who is Hispanic. And I'm going to tell you something. My granddaughter, who I care for, who is of age, she has her best friend, and her best friend is Korean. Her two brothers who just graduated high school with honors, her mother and her father, none of them are documented. None of them. They all work. They all abide by all the rules. Right now, they could be deported. And the way Trump is doing things, it doesn't matter if they're Korean or not. He may send their ass to Honduras. That's what's up, and that's what's happening. And I'm going to tell you something. This military show of force and all this shit, Trump knows better than anybody, and I'm just going to refer back to them fires that just happened in the Palisades. You know what that property is worth? Nah, I'm sure you don't, because you don't live here, and you ain't probably never looked off one of them cliffs. But Trump know what it's worth. I'm going to tell you something. This is getting ready and preparing for 2028. We will be hosting the United States Olympics in Los Angeles, and the streets will be clean. However, they got to make it happen. It's going to happen. They got to have that money coming in. It's people that's going to be traveling from all over the world to come to Los Angeles 2028. And it's a shame what Trump is doing. He can't even, he's not supposed to legally do what he's doing, but like what Trump is doing, he's doing all this, and the only person that this can harm essentially is Trump, because nobody really approves of what there's people. I'm not going to say no one. There's people that approve of what he's doing. There's some people who actually get off on it. It's something. It's them. It's they. That's not what's up. Because what is he going to do with us? What's next? What's next? One of your callers spoke about like going to the hospital and seeing all these people and this, that, and the other, and you have all this long wait and this, that, and the other. I would say that just depends on the hospital that you go to. I've always went to hospitals, and my kids have always went to doctors in Beverly Hills. But that's just us. So I don't see what she sees, even though I'm not too far from Inglewood. I would never go to a hospital in Inglewood. I would probably only do physical therapy in Inglewood. I'm just being honest.
Okay.
So I think it's about, how you look at it, and who around you is affected by what's going on. You got to know that the people that are out there rioting, they're spray painting on buildings and shit. Come on, those are kids. It's young people. Like, there's no 25, 35-year-old people out there really, spray painting on walls and, breaking into the Apple store to get the dummy phones that they can't do a goddamn thing with.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? So, we just have to look at it a different way and just, what they're doing, they're bringing the guns and the hostility to our streets. The only thing that you and I need to worry about is to make sure that we're not in the crossfire of anything that may go wrong at any given time where we are. That's it. It's pretty sad what's going on. I hate to see it. I hate to see it for my city. Someone spoke on Governor Newsom or whatever. Like, he has challenges too. Like with everybody, he has no control over all these idiots doing what they did. But there's a way to resolve what was happening, and we learned a lot from when everything kicked off from George Floyd. But Trump didn't allow that. Trump wanted to do what he did. He's actually on camera saying, yeah, I'm about to send them everywhere. And that was before anything ever happened. I think that was last week sometime. So he wants to create chaos in a lot of different places. But he needs to be worried about them Epstein files and Diddy.
He got some other shit he be worried about.
Yeah. Yeah, he got some other shit he needs to be worried about. He got a lot of shit he needs to be worried about. Or his wife, who seems to be very absent in the White House and everywhere around it. And that's real. It's real. It's real what I'm saying. She's absent. She's absent. She's only made an appearance a couple times since he's been in office. Yeah, he's the kind of things that he's doing. He's creating such stress on himself alone that, like, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. With having this on your back and just to see how it all, who knew that parts of LA, like they even burn, some people even burn Waymo cars. Like, what the fuck did Waymo do to anybody? Do you know what a Waymo car is? Do you have those where you live?
What is that?
A Waymo car is a driverless car that drives around. It's like a Uber or a Lyft.
Nah, I ain't seen them running around.
Oh yeah, Google it. They're owned by Google, and it's Waymo, W-A-Y, M-O, Waymo, and it's a white car. They're Jaguars, and they're equipped with like some 40-some-odd cameras. See, this is the thing. People burned about 3 or 4 of those cars the other day. This is the other night. I think this was Friday night. About 3 or 4 of those cars got set on fire. But guess what? If I'm not mistaken, each one of those cars have about 42, 44 cameras on it.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a lot of people going to jail that don't even know it yet.
So who you think burned those cars?
It's young people, it's kids. In some situations, straight up, in some situations, it's paid actors. It's paid actors. Sometimes people of different, people with different goals, they send people out to cause havoc. And that's a fact.
Okay.
So it's unfortunate. Like you don't see them like having any adults out there, like full grown adults, men with children and shit, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, I just haven't seen any evidence of that. I just think that it's young people and they're just, it's summertime, school's letting out, last week of school, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. Like that's all it is. And that's how I know it didn't require military presence.
Okay.
It didn't. So, yeah. Yeah, but let's just be glad that it's not us, and what we need to do is wise up and make sure that we're able to, take care of our families. And I do want to say something else too. I've heard, a lot of mainly men, black men, say things, I don't care about them and they don't care about us or whatever. But I will tell you this, while, having a dead battery in a grocery store parking lot or on the side of the road, I will say that you will find that you may find a Hispanic person will help even a black woman before a black man will stop and help. I will say that. And that's been my own experience. And for the person that said that they've never had a Mexican do anything good for them, or a Hispanic person do anything good for them, or that's actually a shame. It says a lot about that person that he hasn't gotten around enough, because you can't tell me they're all bad. Just like we're not all bad. You understand what I'm saying?
I
So
got you.
if you have enough exchanges, you will find the good. You will. You definitely will. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely some good Mexican people. There's good white people. There's good people from different nationalities. I agree with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot from different cultures. You can learn, absolutely, you can learn a lot. And we should all make an effort to learn a lot.
Yeah. Listen, I appreciate you calling in. You know, you did your thing. And yeah, I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you continue to call in. Everybody got an opinion, and your opinion is your opinion, and others is theirs. And this is what the platform is for.
Absolutely. But I think this is a good conversation. I think it really is. And so thanks for that. This is good.
I appreciate you.
Okay. Let's stay positive, you guys.
All right. Stay locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. This is what we do here. It's open discussion. If somebody has a different opinion than you, don't get upset. That's their opinion. You have the right to call in to voice your opinion. Don't be shy. That's what it's about. You know? And I appreciate all of y'all. And that's a fact. You hear me? Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this live. It's definitely a good discussion, because it's different opinions. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's popping?
Yo, what's popping, DZ?
What's good? Can you turn your TV down for me, my brother?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Peace, man. Peace, yes. SPG TV, man.
What's going on, man? What's popping?
Hey, no, man, I'm calling because hearing everybody calling, talking about the Mexicans and all that, right? And just about the Mexicans. The whole point is they changing the goalposts. It's illegal immigrants. You feel me?
Okay.
So if we just, everybody, they want to say that, yeah, they working and they getting them from plain clothes and they just getting everybody. Okay, they getting them because they illegal. So that's the whole point. So that's just like how they say free whoever, like free Lil Tony, free the homie in the hood. They get at us about saying free him. Cause they say, yo, he caught a body, but we saying nah, but he was a good kid. It's the same shit. The nigga caught a body. So these dudes is illegal, or females. They try to say they have kids and all that. Doesn't matter. Y'all had kids while y'all was illegal. You feel me? So, yo, get their ass up out of here, B.
You said
that's basically.
You said they gotta feel it.
Yeah, like you illegal. That's handle that first. Let's get to that. After you handle the illegal part, then everything else follows up under the kids and all that other sympathy shit. Handle the legal part.
Get the legal part right first.
Yeah, like that's it. Then everything else could be handled after that. We could have the discussion about that next. But why everybody keep jumping the goalposts about the legals? They not staying on no topic. They're not staying on the topic about the illegal for like 2 seconds, and then it just go to then it switch to Trump, and then it go to everything else except the fact that these people are still illegal.
And that's the major part.
That's the major part. That's the key. That's the key ingredient. After, if they not illegal, then we won't be talking about all this.
Yeah, if they not illegal.
Yeah, because ICE is for illegal immigrants, and they saying like, well, some of them not illegal. They just locking them up and just throw them. All right, they've been doing this. Like, so what? Okay, well, if they not illegal, then they let them go. Then, right? That's all they got to worry about.
Yeah, if they not illegal, they should let them go.
Yeah, and so they handle that shit when they get in their country. All they got to know is it ain't about the setback, it's about the get back.
You better
That's
know.
What they need. That's what they need to know, man.
Facts.
So I'm about to head back in these trenches, man. Get back in the cut. I'll probably hit back in later on, man.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Yeah, peace, D's.
Yes, sir. Hey, listen, man. You know, everybody can have their own opinion. This what the platform for. You hear me? You got your opinion. They got their opinion. And you can call in and let me know how you feel about it. Straight up. It's an open discussion. It's messy out there in the world. It's carrying over to different cities. They said New York, Chicago. This shit might go further than that. Being for real, this shit right here might go further than that. This is where it's starting at. And I'ma stay my ass in the house. I ain't gonna lie. I'ma stay my ass in the house. You know, I don't want no smoke, no flame, no fire. Hey, listen, you hear me? I don't want nothing to do with nothing. Straight up. Make sure y'all hit that like button. You in the building, smash the like button. Yeah. We need to have conversations like this, though. I really agree with that. You know, we can talk about whack and everybody else, but we need to have these conversations because this is shit that's going on so everybody can voice their opinion. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Yo, this is Dwayne calling from Okinawa by way of California. How you doing?
What's going on? What's happening, Dwayne?
Hey, so I just want to add my little 2 cents into this. It's a good conversation. I would say the main thing we need to focus on is the illegals, all right? So they're going after illegal immigrants, and as the caller stated before, if your paperwork's good, then you should be let free. But as the black community, I would just say take this as an opportunity to actually try to grab these jobs, because I think the perspective that all black people are lazy and they just want to smoke dope is bullshit. There's a lot of young people that want to get jobs, but they can't get them, right? So as us being the foundation, yes, it's cool to say we're the foundation and all, but we don't have no economic base to show for it. So we should take this opportunity to start building this economic base, because all I see is people want hand-me-outs. They want things hand down to them instead of actually going and get it, right? And the reason why we get treated the way we get treated is because we have no economic base. So once we start building that economic base, we can actually start, guiding where we should be going instead of asking or trying to ask the Democrats or the Republicans, hey, give me this so we can, build our community up. We should just take it like everyone else is taking it. So how I see it is, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. However, a lot of these immigrants that do migrate here get a lot of benefits, right? Just to leapfrog over our community. And, it's cool. It's cool to be around them because I've traveled the world. I've been all over the place. And all I can say is, you got your good and your bad, but we should be focusing on us and not other people, right? Because they want us to cape for them, so to legitimize their cause, right? And I'm kind of proud of the, our people for not caping for them. They got to hold their own situation, figure this out. But as for us, we got to focus on us.
I agree, though. I agree. Hey, listen, you made a good point there. And I appreciate your insight, man. That's why we here for it. Everybody got their own opinion, and just because somebody don't agree with somebody, don't mean that person ain't right.
All right, man. Take it easy.
I appreciate you calling in. Yeah. Hey, listen. It's what it's here for. The line is open, man. You hear me? We got different opinions rocking around here. yeah, good conversation. It's a strong situation going on out there right now. And these conversations is needed, man. Yeah. Just because you might not agree with what I say, don't mean that what you say ain't right. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. What's popping?
Hey, Deezy, this Trees from Chicago, Illinois.
Trees, what's popping, baby?
I just want to state my opinion.
Okay.
I think it's all a distraction because if you pay attention, Deezy in the chat, January 6th, it went down up at the Capitol and all that. Now they want to bring him back up and bring the riots up. It's all a distraction. It's all a distraction because most people done figured out we not from here. We've been dragged down here from with the devil. This only my opinion. People don't have to think like that. And people figured a way out. Why are they trying to keep us away from the ice wall? Have anyone been paying attention to that?
Trying to keep us away from what?
The ice wall.
Okay, you said they trying to keep us away from the ice wall.
Y'all haven't been paying attention to what's going on? Y'all ain't heard about the Drake passage? They said it's so dangerous in that part of the water when you going towards Atlantic. People better pay attention. That's the way out. People thinking, this a distraction. They want us to be distracted. Yeah, it's a nice topic to talk up on and all that. We need to get up on more things like that because it opened up our minds and all that. I love it. In fact, we all is chiming in and having a conversation about it, but I want you all to open up your mind and look up the Drake passage, and it'll open your world up. Just look it up. Why is they trying to keep us away from the ice wall? And it's so dangerous and all this. Just look it up, chat. That's what I want to know. And we going up as GBGDTV. We up, easy. Keep going how you going.
I appreciate you. Much love too, baby.
Please look into that. The Drake passage.
All right, the Drake passage and the ice wall.
Look into that. It's a big thing right now. They ain't gonna speak up on it because the news is a distraction. They gonna speak up on Puff Daddy. They gonna speak up on everything, but they ain't gonna tell us it's a way out to the fountain of youth. And I know everybody can feel that. And I'm going back into the chat. Love y'all.
Much love. I appreciate you.
Yep.
Hey, man. Listen. This what we here for. You hear me? Everybody got an opinion now. Let me know how y'all feel about it. Straight up. Let me know how y'all feel about it. It's what I'm talking about. Yeah. You know, I appreciate all of y'all, man. And that's a fact. You know, we got it in. You hear me? We getting it in. Let's go. Where y'all at? You know, where y'all at? This was a good one, too. It was locked. You know what I mean? Let me see. Hold on. We was locked, though. No cat. We was locked. This is what I like. You hear me? I like that. I like the dialogue that we was having. I love it. Yeah. Straight up. That's why we gotta start having more people that got the courage to call in. You know, that there is definitely gonna help a lot of people have a better understanding. Even though you might not have the same vision as somebody else, it gives people the opportunity to depict what they want to take in and see how they want to view it. Because they might be looking at something else and then you call in and keep it a bean how you feel, and they might be like, okay, all right, I see something here. I understand where you coming from. You know, we gotta have that mind state though, man. Straight up. Let me see what this was saying here again. Hold up. I appreciate all y'all, man. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. You in the building, smash that like button.
They will not stand by as their neighbors are scooped up as part of the Trump administration's aggressive crackdown on immigration. We obtained video from protesters who say they're out here in part due to the presence of what look to be federal immigration authorities near Federal Plaza today, though we cannot independently confirm exactly what federal agency these law enforcement officers are part of. This protest developing after yesterday's arrest inside that Manhattan federal courthouse. A man taken down by ICE agents after his immigration proceedings were dismissed. The Department of Homeland Security says Joaquin Rosario Espinal was here illegally from the Dominican Republic. DHS says he resisted arrest and claims that he punched an officer. Federal agents have reportedly been rounding up migrants around courthouses in Lower Manhattan all week, prompting activists to come out here and demonstrate today.
I'm hoping that, I guess, the entire policy changes. I'm hoping that the attitude towards the migrants changes, that this whole criminalization thing, this whole turning people into terrorists, I think leads us down a really dark path that I'm not here to see. I'm an American. My family's been in this country for longer than most other people's families have been in this country, and this is not the America that I want to live in.
I want to read you this statement from Homeland Security. It says, quote, "Our officers are doing their jobs by removing public safety threats and enforcing our nation's immigration laws. Assaulting, resisting, impeding, or harassing ICE officers is against the law. Unfortunately, our ICE officers are facing a 413% increase in assaults while carrying out arrests. The violence against ICE must end." Back here at a live picture, you can see a lot of the police activity has dispersed from what was going on earlier behind me. There are still protesters out here. You cannot see them from where we're set up at this point. But again, I'm told about 17 arrests now, protesters taken into custody. That number not official. We do expect that to change. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Anthony Carlo, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
And that was in New York. I was in New York. It's going down everywhere. And I was in NYC. They ain't playing no games now. They ain't playing no games. They ain't playing no games. Let me see. Hold up. They ain't playing no games.
But we begin tonight at 11 with breaking news on.
Hold up. You see, hold up. They ain't playing no games. It's in New York. Hold on.
On both coasts. Out west, a curfew now in effect for part of downtown Los Angeles after several days of anti-ICE protests.
And protests tonight here in New York as well. Dozens of protesters arrested as a group marched through the streets of Manhattan.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Heidegger live in Lower Manhattan, where it all began tonight. Josh, what's going on right now?
Where it all began, Mike and Sade, and where it's all coming to a pretty dramatic end. We're at the south end of Foley Square, and just on the other side of those police officers are a couple dozen protesters who continue to persist here. And just in this location in the last half hour to an hour, we've seen maybe 10 or 20 arrests. We could show you video as this evening has gotten more dramatic, really over the last hour or two. Several dozen people have been taken into custody, placed under arrest for disorderly conduct. Of course, I should point out they are but a fraction of the thousands of people who were marching tonight against the Trump administration immigration policies. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles away on the West Coast, people in downtown LA are now subject to a curfew after the unrest that's persisted there for days.
In a tiny corner of Los Angeles, the air is still thick with tension after days of unrest. Tonight, in the city's compact downtown, the mayor declared a curfew.
My message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted.
The LAPD and other local law enforcement today flooded the area with resources as thousands of troops moved in. Active duty Marines and California National Guard members ordered up by President Trump against the wishes of their governor, Gavin Newsom.
And if we didn't get involved, Los Angeles would be burning down right now.
Newsom today posted pictures of Guard members doing nothing and claimed the White House hadn't even arranged for them to have a place to stay. Still, a judge refused to grant Newsom the emergency order he sought to block the troops from being deployed.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness.
Meanwhile, here at home, a massive demonstration at Foley Square against the Trump administration's immigration policy.
This is about as big of a crowd marching as I've seen in the city in quite some time. They're leaving Foley Square now, making their way west through Tribeca. Police basically out of sight, allowing this constitutionally protected and peaceful march to continue.
They marched through Lower Manhattan to one of several federal immigration courts where ICE has been detaining migrants over the past few weeks.
And I think it's my obligation as a citizen to come and speak for those who are living in the shadows. Everything that is going on is just like heartbreaking, and it's really close to home.
And coming back now with a live look here along Foley Square in Lower Manhattan. Of course, once the sun goes down and the vast majority of the people demonstrating at this event, like others, go home, a small number stay behind and then can try to antagonize the situation. There becomes a pretty dynamic situation, as we've been seeing here tonight. Several dozen people placed under arrest in the last couple of hours by the NYPD as police leaders work to prevent the images of utter lawlessness and rioting that we've seen from the West Coast. So far, they have succeeded in doing that. We will hear more about arrest numbers in the morning. Things do seem to be quieting down at this point, though, as the clock approaches midnight now. We're live in Lower Manhattan tonight. Josh Einiger, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Mostly
hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Let's get the likes up. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a lot going on though. It's definitely a lot going on. They ain't playing no games. ICE protests across the U.S. Let me see what they say. They say, yeah. This in Chicago. I ain't one of them people that I ain't even gonna lie. Stuff like this be going on, I am not one of them people that want to go outside and get involved. I don't care what it is. I don't even care if it was just with all black people. I'm not going outside and getting involved in none of that shit. I got shit going on in my life. That's the type of person I am. I'm out here working and shit. I got business to tend to. I'm not going outside and do no shit like that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it a bean. People that do it, that's your business. That's what y'all wanna do. You know, hey, I can't tell nobody what to do, but I'm not doing it. I'm not going out protesting nothing. I'm going to figure out what I got to do, and that's what it is. Not putting nothing on the line. Nah, I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Straight up. I'm not doing it. People that want to do it, hey, that's your business. Easy? No. Y'all got that. Straight up. Yeah. I'm out here risking what I got going on. KO. I'm out here risking what I got going on. I'm out here working, putting the grind down to do what I got to do. And then I'm going to go outside and risk what I got going on for what? Shit. That's going to take my focus off what I'm doing. I'm not doing shit like that. The people that do it, so be it. I mean, that's what you like to do. You know, you want to ride for the cause. Just be prepared with whatever come with that. You know, don't want to ride for the cause and don't like the results that you're going to get out of that. You know, shit. Not at all. I ain't even messing with you. Not me. It's in Chicago though. Not me. Not at all. They got that one. All way. Yeah, they got that. Yeah, they got that. Chicago's ice. Let me see what this here is.
Bosses laugh at you. Slow down. Slow down. No, fuck slowing down. We ain't slowing down. We're speeding up. Hey, we're speeding up. Fuck you. Bitch ass motherfucker. Bitch ass motherfucker. Nobody's gonna get hit. That's gonna get everyone hurt. Let's go.
Man, I gotta be real though. What point are you trying to prove by throwing stuff at the police? What point are you trying to prove by destroying property? What are you trying to prove? I don't get it. You know, if you want to protest, I protest. But I don't get the point of trying to challenge the police. I mean, somebody got to let me know. You know, if you are Mexican or you agree with this, let me know. I got to get the point of what point is it to take a soda can or a rock and throw it at the police? I ain't getting that right there. I'm lost. That one there threw me for a loop. I'm trying to catch that one. What point is it that you're trying to prove by getting in the police face? I don't get that. I really think you don't get your point across at all. And that's just me saying that. I don't think you get your point across at all. They're not listening to nothing you're saying. It's violence now. What the fuck are they going to listen to you for? And people think that right there is going to get the point across? Like, come on, man. Straight up. I don't get that one, man. Yeah, I don't get that one. Yeah, I don't get that one. Yeah. He said no illegal people are acting like that. Or American people. Something else is up. Hey. Ain't that something? So you think that it's the people that are here legally having this energy? What makes them want to go out there and do this? That's a lot of people out there in different cities that are trying to prove a point like this. What makes them do this? He said they was protesting in Philly too yesterday. They all around. I'm going in the crib. Like straight up. I ain't doing it. I ain't one of them people when they say, oh, they having this and everybody going. I'm not going. I'm just saying. It's different strokes for different folks. I'm not doing it. I'm not going. I don't like being around a whole bunch of people anyway. That's just me. You know, that's my personal thing. I start getting agitated with too many people around. I don't like shit like this. I don't like being around a whole bunch of people when I'm out there. I don't like it. I mean, I don't get it. You know? I don't get it. Ron, you said crazy thing is most of these protests are and have been peaceful, but the news will always show us the BS to fuel the fire. Ain't that something? Yeah. They'll definitely show us the BS. Hey, Brooklyn. Man, I ain't doing it. He said, yeah, legal people want human rights to be considered by the government, DZ. He said, yeah, you said legal people want human rights to be considered by the government, but I don't get why they throwing stuff at them. I mean, I don't get that. Ain't nobody, it's nowhere in the world that you're going to get a good response with violence. Nowhere. They're not giving you a good response with violence. that gets you the worst response ever. You know, they gonna pull the card that they need on you. You know, they gonna use the game funny. Yeah, I mean, just with me, I'm glad I think the way I think. I can't force my thinking on everybody else. You know, too much. He said, you just can't come here and demand nothing. He said, these people will never be satisfied. It's just my thinking, y'all. And I'm like, you know, when I want to get something done, I'm going to try to figure it out, work my way. But I know damn well, if I go outside and smack the shit out of somebody and say, yo, I want you to do this and I need it done now, I'm going to jail, and what I'm asking to get done ain't gonna get done. This is basically what the people doing. They going outside bugging. Man, listen. Man, that shit don't get nothing done. That shit just cause chaos, man. You gotta think about it. That shit just cause chaos. Nothing is gonna get solved by this. He said common sense ain't common at all, obviously. Yeah, I can say that. Because damn, you not going to challenge the government with violence and get them to do what you want, man. That shit ain't working, man. I don't know who came up with that idea. I don't know when it started. I don't know what year it started. That shit don't work. That shit don't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're not challenging the government with violence and trying to get a good result. Man, that shit don't work, man. That shit don't work, man. I used to look at it like this too, right? Being locked up, right? It'd be jokers in jail that want to buck the system. And they think that the QRT team ain't gonna level their ass and take them to the hole. I'm like, what are you getting by bucking the system? They gonna hog tie you, they gonna spray you with mace, and they gonna take you to the hole. What are you getting? Oh man, they not just gonna do anything to me. Yes, they are. They gonna hog tie your ass and they gonna take you to the damn hole. Straight up. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's popping?
And this KO.
What's going on, KO?
Listen. Ain't nobody challenging the girl.
I don't know what they doing out there then. Talk to me.
You got a First Amendment right?
Yeah.
Okay. People are addressing their government.
But KO, they out there throwing stuff at the police though.
Listen.
They out there throwing stuff at the police though.
Fuck them. If they throw shit back, nobody saying nothing when the police do what they do.
Hey, listen, we understand that.
Listen, you got a First Amendment right to address your government. They don't say how you have to do it.
Man, them motherfuckers, that you ain't gonna get nothing across like that, KO. You can get out there and throw shit all you want, it ain't gonna change nothing.
Well, I ain't throw the motherfucking thing. But you got a First Amendment right to address your government while they are in duty. You do not militarize no motherfucker to come. You can't tell me how to protest. I got a First Amendment right to stand on the fucking sidewalk. You can't tell me where I can stand at. You can't tell me, as long as I'm not sitting there pissing, shitting, or doing nothing, you cannot make me move. So how the fuck you can bring in a National Guard against your own people? If you ain't realize when they did that shit in 94, come on, bro. Pay attention. I knew it before our time, and we was some jits, but come on.
I'm taking my black ass in the house, bro. I ain't even gonna hold
Okay,
you.
like you said. No, I respect it. You say you take your black ass now.
Yes, I am.
Okay. If it weren't for other people standing out there, because that's your right. That's just like a police officer can't tell you to get the fuck off the sidewalk. You go in your neighborhood right now and walk down your sidewalk. Do you think a police officer can tell you to get the fuck in your motherfucking house at any time of night? I don't give a fuck what time of night it is. They've been dealing with this shit for days. Listen, no, hear me out.
I understand that though. I understand that.
No. So how the fuck can you push me back if I'm just a normal person walking? You don't know if I'm a normal person walking or I'm a protester. You cannot shit down on guy going on. That's your First Amendment right. That's your constitutional right. The United States finna be the biggest sued motherfuckers it is. You cannot stop a person because you don't know if you violating their person right. You don't know if they protest or they just walk. They got a whole military line like we over there motherfucking goddamn. We in Germany somewhere. We ain't know that motherfucker got no show no purpose in effect. We gotta commit a crime, right, to show ID, right?
Yeah.
So how the fuck you can get a line in front of me and push me back? Like we over there in Nazi motherfucking Germany or somewhere. I'm not agreeing with all the shit they do. So y'all here now with rubber bullets and everything else. Respectfully.
I'm taking my black ass in the house.
Well, I don't fold like that.
Man, I'm going in the house, nigga. Listen, one thing I ain't doing, I ain't jeopardizing nothing. For nothing
I'm
that
not
ain't
just living in it.
that's not benefiting my cause. That's not benefiting my cause.
It'll benefit my kid, Carl.
Hey, listen.
Because that's your First Amendment right.
Listen.
You got a right to address your government.
I'm understanding that.
Okay, you got a First Amendment right to protest. You got 5 amendments in your First Amendment. Freedom of religion, freedom of press, freedom to aggress. That means protesting on a public forum. That means a sidewalk or a street or a city hall. It's multiple ones in that one. Those just your normal constitutional right. They swore oath to protect your shit. You getting an official office, all on swore oath to your shit. I supported Trump. Get your ass in office and straighten this shit up. No. You want to deploy motherfuckers on somebody protest? No, I don't agree with that shit. You buck the system. I'm just being real with you. We can agree just like I told you.
You know I'm with you.
To disagree, but I'm telling you. They violating the fucking Constitution. Those are your constitutional right. How can you say a police officer violating your right? I can't throw a rock at this motherfucker? Get what they told you. Get what your Sixth Amendment is. You got a right to defend your shit, foreign and domestic. Foreign and domestic mean the motherfucker that swore oath to the Constitution. They can't even do shit. Yeah, take me to jail and get what? When you ain't take me to court, yeah, you violated my amendment right. They gonna let every one of them fucking go. I got a right to protect my motherfucking house.
They end up talking them into taking a plea though, man.
Oh, as long as I've been living, I ain't never took a goddamn plea.
Yeah, hey, listen, I ain't took one either, but you know, the people out there, they usually be taking pleas, man. Them people out there doing that shit, they take a plea.
I ain't never took now. I damn sure ain't never been pardoned.
And
no,
listen,
if you know you're fucking right,
have
if you know the Constitution, listen, everything that they've been deployed on you, swore oath to it. If you go to the military, you swear oath to the military. A police officer, they swear oath to protect your rights, your constitutional right. And that's all I'm saying.
I understand, but you better know, right? You got to remember this too, right, KO? It's their game. We can say about the constitutional rights, it's their game, man. The hand of one is the hand of all. They breaking that shit.
And get what your second amendment right is. The bare motherfucking arm. And you got a right to defend your shit. They playing over there in the right place. They ain't down here yet. I'm not saying that the book, nothing they doing, but that shit is violating people's right. They have a right to I'm not, look, I ain't got no problem with no Mexican, me hoes and nothing coming over here. These niggas don't want to work. Let these motherfuckers come over here and work. Shit. The black men don't want to work no more. Hell, half of them already over in the system. Hell, they getting processed every day. Processed like they do me. But you ain't gonna violate mine because it may be my child on the damn dick and boat. You got life fucked up, you come right down me. By law, they say I got a right to defend my shit. Foreign and domestic.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna be out there doing that though. That's the difference. Now, if you go out there doing that shit right there, you not gonna be going out there trying to defend the crowd.
Listen, because I don't want these people to say I said nothing about no terrorist threat and nothing. I have nothing to do with none of that. But a motherfucker come over here playing, I promise you.
Man, that's in your house, brother. That's a difference. It's a difference you protecting your home, brother. I'm not going outside in a crowd of people trying to protect anything in the crowd.
Bullshit. If that shit over there right around your front door, man, you coming outside, bro.
Man, listen, AKO. Listen, one thing about me, bro, I don't get into shit because I know I'm going to go all the way with it. I'm not trying to I'm not going all the way with it and then sit in the cell regretting it later. I'm not doing that.
Well,
I'm going all
I
the
ain't
way.
gonna regret it later because they swore oath to this shit. I ain't no sworn motherfucking goddamn public official.
Man,
they work
shit.
for they supposed to protect their motherfucking service.
Man, hey,
listen.
listen.
What the fuck they supposed to be doing?
Hey, KO, I know what it feel like to sitting there with no bell, nigga. I know what it feel like.
What the fuck you mean?
I know what it feel like though. That shit right there, that shit different. You know?
That what tells me. That what made me drew you these. They were like, damn.
That
well,
shit
finally
different.
Somebody know my damn story.
Yeah, you feel me? So that shit there make me look at things a lot different. I analyze. I start thinking, hold up. I ain't doing certain shit. I don't care how my emotions make me feel about certain things. I'm gonna sit back and think about it.
It's not my emotion. Emotion make you cry sometimes.
It definitely do that. But emotions that make you go do some shit that you'll wake up the next day and say, what the fuck was I thinking about?
No, the only time I ever did that, emotion ain't never made me goddamn crash out.
Man,
alcohol
shit.
did.
Hey, listen, you might have a sip up in you at that time when you start thinking about something. Like, hold on, I ain't playing with these jokers right now. Hold up. And then when that shit all wear off, you like, hold up, man. Why did I do that?
At the end of the day, it's called respecting one another. I know we may look at it like we respect one another, but bro, this shit, yeah, it's bigger than us. Like, that's what you really want to say. It's bigger than us.
There you go. There you go.
But
sit my black ass in the house.
I ain't fuck that. I ain't folding.
Yeah.
I get on my kids by doing shit they know better than not to do. And I do it in a polite way. This shit they got going on, no. That's why I stopped watching CNN about 3 years ago. I used to watch that shit faithfully. But they full of bullshit. It probably been longer than that. That when Obama was in office. Man, like, he full of bullshit. She full of bullshit. But they just doing what these motherfuckers do. Money rule the world.
It's their game.
Now you see what they doing to the motherfucker that got all the money. Nigga thought they want some billionaire status. I thought when you get rich, shit, nigga, let's fuck off on some bitches and know what we're doing. I'm rich. Now look at they doing with P. Diddy.
Then they breaking them jokers down.
No, they ain't breaking them down. I guarantee he beat that shit. Cause you can't get him. How you get a man with a RICO? It ain't nobody else on the RICO.
See, the only thing is, right, Kel, in my mind with that, is they got people on the jury that is retired.
Yep.
Yeah, you feel me? So those people listening to the so-called participants / victims get up there and start saying their stories and stuff like that, it creates whereas though they start sympathizing with the people, and that's what they're gonna make their decision off of.
Yeah, but get what? It take all of them to do it.
Of course, it only need one to change the decision, right?
Hell no, you need 3. And that's New York. You need 3.
You need 3 in New York?
Goddamn right. You need 3. You convince 3 of them motherfuckers down, he got a fight chance. They ain't gonna hit him with they charged him with the trafficking. He ain't gonna get that anyway. Now they already, the dumb bitch that Jane Doe, she basically didn't told him, like, hell, I was going over there, that's where I would get my money from. So I'm quite sure some of them older people over there, like, all of them say they were doing it for money. What them bitches had? Nothing. Them man ain't paying his goddamn order goddamn $20 million. Man, I'm getting your ass $10 million. Shit, hell, I'd have joined the party too. But I ain't nobody playing no fruit games in my head.
This shit's crazy.
Hell no, I'm being real. You go, a nigga giving you $100,000 to go there and hit two bitches. Boy, I'm finna come over there with this shit. I don't understand it. I guess he was cockholding all the time.
That's what he was doing. He was getting his ill off of watching the guy.
I mean, that was basically what it come down to. But nah. I mean, we can agree to disagree. Like, I don't respect none of it. Though I don't even like watching it. I told you I'd be in the background. That's a conversation for another day. I guess we can make a subject about it.
Yes, sir.
Bro, I'm here now, but I just like, damn, no. I don't even like that shit there from the LA shit. And that shit way worse than Ohio.
You said they going crazy out there right now.
I mean, that what my people told me. I was talking to my little cousin, and she was like, "Oh no, it's way worse." I'm like, they're just deploying the fucking national guard. You can't even do that because you got a right to address your government in the course of their duties. If you put a uniform officer in front of them, they're just like, that was your constitutional right. You know how many motherfucking lawsuit there could be? You don't know if I'm just walking passing by and y'all got a line, get back. You can't tell me where the fuck I can stand there on the fucking sidewalk. I'm not loitering. What they call it, loitering. You can't tell me where the fuck I'm finna stand at. But like what you saying about the rocks and shit, I understand that. But yeah, they told you, you got a right. So if they bugging the Constitution or you bugging the Constitution? Like, you can throw the motherfucker, because get what? The vehicle they tearing up, who paid for the vehicle? Come on, D's, answer the question.
You said the vehicles that they tearing up, who pay for them?
Yeah.
The taxpayers' dollars.
Ain't that your vehicle?
Yeah, you can.
That's your property.
You can say that shit, but
no, legally, that's your vehicle.
Yeah, the taxpayer dollars pay for it. They ain't going for
Man,
that
come
shit.
on.
They ain't going for that shit.
I tried to kick the motherfucking one line one of them bitches when they had me locked up in the hand because they had them bitch too tight. Motherfucker heard me, told me, say, oh, I did. You know, hit your head with this strap on your leg. I shit the fuck up. Cause he didn't know I had my Bluetooth mic. I don't know for my wife the whole motherfucker time. Till I got to the jail. So I realized he got a Bluetooth in here. Yeah. Your stupid ass did not realize it. But hey, I get it, but I don't get it. It's just like, motherfuckers, we pay for the vehicle. If they sue them, we ain't suing them. You gotta lose their qualified immunity so you can sue them individually. So what the fuck the difference? The police whoop your ass tonight. Get what, these? Who gonna pay for the lawsuit? We are. The taxpayer. You know how many of them motherfucking car they tear up? Okay, let's tear some of them bitches up then. Spend that there now. I ain't gonna say LA is not doing them wrong. Cause that's some the other places they just acting out. They just showing their ass. But that's a subject for another day. I'm gonna let you keep rocking out, man. I appreciate you. Hold it down.
I appreciate you calling in, bro.
Love.
Yes, sir. Much love. You hear me? KO, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I appreciate that, my brother. I gotta make sure I get you one of these out there in the next week or two, KO. I'm gonna get you one of these joints out there. And got another motherfucking package coming for you. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Yeah. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Hit the like button. You know, I appreciate all of y'all. And that's a fact. Y'all know we go all the way in. No cap. Yeah. Good discussion. You know, we definitely got into it. And it's a good discussion. Stuff going on all around. And we're going to see if it's going to stop or it's going to spread. You know, we're going to find out. Because it's going to be right here. You hear me? But I appreciate all y'all, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. And to everybody, don't be offended by what somebody else say. It's an open platform, right? We all get to have our own opinion. Don't be offended by what somebody else is saying. It's an open platform where everybody's gonna have their own opinion. Y'all know I rock with everybody. You understand what I'm saying? If you respectful, I rock with you. Only thing I don't rock with is that disrespect. So don't take nothing to heart. Trust me. I don't want nobody to feel like, oh man, DZ, you switched up. And no, this is what this is for us to have different opinions, for us to be able to have dialogue, conversation. It's what it's about. You feel me? I don't want nobody to feel like, man, this is that and I can't say this. You know, Topher, appreciate you, your donation. I appreciate you. Facts. I don't want nobody to feel like, man, this person said this and I'm mad about this. It's open dialogue. People gonna have different opinions. That's just how it is. And it's okay. We family over here. But everybody in the family is not gonna always have the same opinion. You know? That's what it is. I don't want nobody feel like that, man. For real. This how we rockin'. You know, as time grows, it's gonna be topics that you might not agree with. Man, I don't like this. It's okay. You might call in and say something that I don't like. I might listen to you, be like, man, I don't agree with it, but all right. You ain't disrespectful with it, all right. I don't agree with it. Cool. Straight up. It's okay. You know, this is what adults do. They agree sometimes, they disagree. So we gotta all be on that tight wave here. You know, it's gonna strengthen the people. Don't get emotional, man. Don't get emotional, man. It's your boy DZ, man. You know, I appreciate all of y'all. And that's a fact. You know, I appreciate everybody. And that is a fact. No cap. We watching how this stuff all play out. You know, we gonna talk about it. Might be a touchy subject for some people. Understandable. It's okay. You know, don't get mad at me. Don't be offended by what somebody else say. It's okay. That's their opinion. You know, it's their opinion. Don't go and have a fit on me because somebody else didn't agree with you or you felt that they said something you didn't like. And don't do that. Don't do that. It's gonna be all right. Trust me. This topic shall pass. We'll have another topic to talk about. You know what I mean? But we gonna grow. We're gonna keep grinding, man. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a member so I can shout you out. You can go check the merch out. sbgbtv.com. If you want us to promote anything for you, you can email me. sbgbtv@gmail.com. $40 a day, $200 for 7 days. And I appreciate all y'all, man. You know, we grinding from the muck. Trust me. The grind ain't gonna stop. Y'all know, last night I was down, but I'm back. You know what I mean? I ain't always back. My shit's still a little fucked up. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. You know, but I'm coming back and I'm bringing it back slowly. You know what I mean? And that's a fact. You hear me? Too much. Appreciate you, RM. Appreciate you, J Rip, Inglewood Blue. I appreciate all y'all. And that's a fact, man. You know, but the discussion tonight, it was fire though. I ain't gonna lie, because it was different opinions. people was passionate about their opinion. So that what made it fire. You know, that's what make it fire though. When it's people passionate about their opinion and they're delivering their opinion and they got their opinion straight up. That's what make it fire. People got their own opinion. You got your opinion. That's your opinion. Trees. That's what make it fire. Have your opinion. It's cool. Straight up. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate him talking about me. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. Hopefully he uploaded and they keep talking about me. I appreciate it. Wack know I'm going to the moon. He should know that by now. He should know the type of person I am. Even though he really doesn't want to talk about me, he should know I'm going to the moon. I got a hustler spirit, nigga, period. My shit is just like, it's different. You know, and I'm sure he knows that. You know, I come from the street. I don't want nothing to do with the street. And I know over time, I know what I'm going to do with this. And that's a fact. Yeah. But yeah, y'all, I appreciate all y'all. We definitely gonna start back getting them lives in twice a day. We're gonna be talking about shit. We're gonna keep grinding. You know, if y'all call in more, that's gonna make it live. Call in more. When we having these topics and shit, call in. I mean, I'm calling in. Get it live, get it lit. Blue chicken. That's what's going to get it lit. Call in. We having these topics. Call in. Call in. Call in. Don't just sit there. Have your opinion. I'm giving everybody a voice. Straight up. Appreciate that, KO. Facts. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. That's what make it raw. Everybody got a voice. And the channel, you know, it's growing. Trust me, it's going to be heavy. One day it's going to be heavy. And the people that been rocking, y'all going to remember, man, I've been there with DZ from the muck. And then when y'all see we heavy and everybody listening and y'all calling in, giving y'all opinion on the topic, now y'all opinion holding some weight because we out there heavy with it. Trust me. It's coming though, man. That's why we gotta respect the callers. Definitely. You know, I give everybody the voice. Straight up. I give everybody the voice. I let you talk. Boom. Let you get it out. Your point is your point. Boom. Yeah. But what we do gotta do is make sure we don't have the callers talking slick about the other callers. You have your opinion, and I'm going to make sure I structure that, or I got to structure that better. You have your opinion, but you don't have to be specifically talking about the other caller. One birthday was yesterday, DZ. Happy birthday, Brooke. Happy birthday. And my stomach was going through it too. I ain't even come on. But happy birthday. Happy birthday. But we was on yesterday. We was on yesterday in the daytime. Yeah, I was. Run the table. But I'ma definitely make sure that I'ma get that under control, RM. I'm getting that under control. Whenever somebody got a difference of opinion, I'ma not allow the other person to address the caller in a negative way. You can say what you want to say, but you ain't gotta address it. If your opinion is different, say your opinion, but you ain't gotta be like, oh, that other caller. No, say your opinion. Tell me what your opinion is and what you want to state, but not trying to direct it as like you want to beef with the other caller. So that shit is dead. I'm deading that today. It's over. And I got this, you know. As soon as somebody do it, yo, say what you gonna say. Not, you know what I mean? So we can keep the shit level and keep it like that. I like it that way. You know what I mean? And we gonna tighten that up. Trust me. We gonna tighten that up, man. And that's a fact. Yeah. And I appreciate all y'all. And that's a fact. SBGB fam, I appreciate all y'all. If you would like to become a member, it's pinned at the top of the chat. It's only $3.99. I appreciate all y'all, man. We're going to continue to grind non-stop. And we going in. And y'all know what it is. I appreciate y'all, man. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.